Okay. I'm supposing that we are live. Welcome to the 7th Circle of Hell. I was going to title the stream Today is the Beep Show we thought it would be, but we gotta keep it family friendly. Welcome, friends. I need to tweet, let people know that we're live. And let's see here. It'll take me a second. It's so weird. I've got to go to my own channel, see my own video, hit the share button. It never stops being weird. Okay. So click on that. I never clickbait, by the way, ever. That image that you're seeing in the thumbnail is the Lookout Fire, and the Facebook page just got updated with it. That was what I was trying to describe the other night when we were in infrared black and white. It's got to be a gigantic red monstrous glow for the people evacuating in the McKenzie River highway area in Central Oregon Cascades. Excuse me, let me adjust my headset. Now, I will probably yelp in surprise. I'm trying to adjust the volumes, but I do have a two-way thing going on with my headset. So if I suddenly go or if suddenly can't hear me talk, when the cell phone rings, it will take over the computer's Bluetooth connection. So I'll suddenly be muted. But if you see me reach for my phone, that's what happened. And right now, there's this constant bing, 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 bing of watch duty going off. Aha! Hang on a second. I think my lunch is here. Be right back. Let me let C probe in. Oh boy, you got me lunch? Well, dinner. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, cool. All right. Thank you. I don't know where to put this. Oh, okay. Sorry, friends. I was waiting for this to happen, and I thought, well, you know what? I better just go live. And that's the moment that he walks in. But what am I to do? Complain here? Can I have a napkin, please? I don't know, but you handed me a wet cup. Coke running down the side of it. I'm now addicted to the Burger King chicken sandwiches. I reserve the right to pig out with fast food on such a depressing day as this. Just hold on to your butts, guys. Right now, all hell is breaking loose. In the status of California right now, all hell is breaking loose, especially in Northwest California. There's just constant lightning strikes. We're going to first examine, excuse me, friends, I need a tray. We're going to first examine the morning update. Please bear with me. I've been up all night. I woke up 9 p.m. and people might say, where the heck were you yesterday? Sorry, that's kitchen noises instead of stream, because of course that has to happen the moment I go live. What? I'm live, you know. He has to play with the soda stream right now as I walk by. I'm sorry, that's an excruciating screech. I'm giving him crap. Okay. All right. So what was I saying? Yeah. So where was I yesterday? Remember how I was like, yeah, I'll go to bed at 3 a.m. and well, by 6 a.m. I was at bed. Around 3 p.m. I just thought, you know what? I'll just take a little nap here. A little bit more of a snooze. I wake up at 9:30 p.m. Sorry, friends. Dang. I tried to figure out why I was that tired. And my blood oxygen level went down to 70% in the night. Long COVID sucks. Sorry about these noises. And I wasn't going to just sit here and eat in front of you. I ordered this a long time ago, but see preventative priorities. I'm going to keep up my blood sugar. I'm sorry. So right now we'll go to look at the lookout fire because I have things to say about their little morning update. It's very rosy. They're not providing us with the number one thing we need to know right now, and that is just how confident are they that their plan is going to work? Hey, Brokefish. Yeah, there's a huge cluster of lightning going on just south of Bend. Yep. Sorry, I just now looked at chat. I'm so sorry about all these noises and stuff. Do you want this beverage? This is a small? It's bigger than my own head. This is a medium? It literally is bigger than my cranium. Like, I could fit my brain and a half inside of this. All right. Okay. Yeah, Brokefish. I've been watching everything all day. I thought about a morning update, but then I've been working extremely hard on the court case. I'm now in a bit of a panic about meeting those deadlines, and I can't just lose a lawsuit. So I'm trying to balance this stuff. I decided that the moment that things got bad, that's when I should go live. But I've been awake since 9:30 p.m. I don't know how many hours I slept. It was from 6 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. It had to happen. I'm sorry. I'm the most surprised person that it did. Yeah, they're putting smoke jumpers into northwestern California, but because I don't want to chew here, you two sound like an old couple who've been too long at the bar, William says. I don't know how to feel about that. Okay, because I don't want to chew in front of you right now, we're going to watch that video. So first, we're going to examine the really bad situation with the lookout fire, and I'm really happy that no towns got erased in the last 24 hours. I did put up a time-lapse video, if you guys saw that one, because the bedrock has also had a lot of action. Hey, Urban, and hi, everybody who showed up, by the way. Thank you for being here. There's a beep storm of lightning in California. A lot of it just south of Bend, Oregon right now. That would be the eastern flank of the Cascades. It's like the high desert country. Yeah, thanks, Big Strib. Oh, I totally forgot to do the tweet. Sorry. Let me do that. I'm just going to say, geez, I'm live. Covering the general beep storm. That is known as Red Flag Weekend. Hold on to your butts. Okay. Tag that. Lookout fire. You know what, guys? We now have a fire called the Fuzztail. Can't make this up. I think it's a candidate for Wildfire Name of the Year. Yeah, Voguefish. I mean, it hasn't been. Yeah, thanks, Rob. The cameras are smoked out, so I'm going to show you they explain it best, their strategy for the lookout fire, and I would like your guys' take on it, like you, Fish, and the real firefighters. To me, lighting backfires in front of one that got out of control in a Windy Mountain Pass on a red flag day, to me, that sounds like a Hail Mary desperate pass. You know, Hail Mary pass, desperation. California has just shown up to give us aid. Meanwhile, all hell just broke loose in California, so maybe they're having regrets. But we'll see. So we're going to watch the video so I can just scarf real quick, down some food, and then we'll be able to discuss that. We're going to do the roundup, and then I'm going to discuss the other fires that just broke out within the last 2 hours. So Rob Langsdorff says we've just had a thunderstorm pass over the Julian Warner Springs area. I'm not sure where that is, but yeah, go ahead and let me know about it. All right, let's watch this Look up it. I told you, there's no clickbait here. That is their actual wallpaper that they changed. So if we only had images like this live when it happened, I mean, that was when it first broke over. And I mean, we could see this, right? We could see this on the cams when it flipped over to infrared. So welcome to hell. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. So let me fix the screen. I gotta, whoops, full screen it, resize, fix the audio.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Blah, blah, blah. I do have the right audio, don't I? Hang on a sec. I'm deliriously tired. Yeah, the audio, correct audio channel is there. Up next, I don't want to see any of that. What in God's name? Facebook. It's disgusting. Okay, this is transform pitch screen. I'm gonna turn my mug off while I eat here. They've got a ticker thing. They got fancy communications now. But they're all rosy, like I'm saying. But they neglect to tell us the one thing that we really need to know, which is what's your confidence that this is freaking gonna work? Okay, I still can't hear you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Tyson Albrecht. I'm the incident commander with Northwest Team 6. I'm going to help provide the update for the Lookout Fire. And to my right, my partner is going to help provide some additional updates as well.
Good morning, Mark Corliss. I'm one of the operations section chief for the Oregon State Fire Marshal Blue Team. So IC is going to talk to us about what's going on the wildland side, and I'll talk to you about what we're doing on the State Fire Marshal side. So
yeah, and we'll cover the update here this morning. So as you can see, we're in unified command, well integrated and coordinated, working together in management of the Lookout Fire here. On the wildland side, right, the piece that the Northwest Team 6 is taking the lead on here is really securing the fire perimeter up on the hill there, right? So the operations are really focused in the south here. So we want to minimize that fire spread and impacts to the community of McKenzie Bridge. That's our focus right now. We're on the 700 road, kind of right in here, moving from west to east with our resources, again, as we secure that road and get it locked in. By securing and locking in that road, what I mean is we have resources on this road system with aviation support, doing some firing operations to get this road system black. We're going to move from, again, from west to east, get that locked in. You'll see that today and tomorrow as the focus of our operation. Again, to minimize impacts to the community there, that's our highest value at risk. Once we get that locked in, we'll look at how we turn the corner both on the east side and the west side, start to get those lines in place and secure and move around that fire in this direction and to the north. Those lines are being prepped in all directions around here as we get moving towards that sort of securing strategy. But again, our focus is here, get that locked in first, and then begin to bring security around the rest of the perimeter of the fire. So far, so good on that operation as well. Tough weather conditions out there, but we're confident that we're going to have success in that operation, and that's where we're at today and what we're working on. We're doing that again in conjunction with Oregon State Fire Marshal, and with their update, I'm going to hand it over to Mark.
all right, so you heard of what the wildland side is doing. We're kind of down. Everything that we're focusing on today during this operational period is going to be north of 126. That's where the biggest threat is currently right now. While the wildland side is trying to secure these lines up along the 700 road, like Tyson was talking about, we're going to be just below that, and sometimes we're going to be even up in there, even on the 700 road helping. If they need assistance, we're right there. We're kind of in each other's back pocket, so to speak, so we can help each other out. So they're going to be focusing on doing some structural prep and triage. And when I say structural prep, basically right now, currently with the resources that we have and the timelines that we're looking at, we're just kind of getting those ember traps that are right up next to the house. If an ember lands in like a little bush or something like that that's really close to your house, we're just kind of scooting that stuff away real quick. So as we continue along, we're going to kind of go up both sides of this street here, making sure that we got groups working. One is on the east and one is on the west. We also have one other group that's kind of poked up here in the H.J. Andrews area. There's some structures up in there. They're looking at some of those same things, kind of doing the same thing they're doing down here by the highway, looking for those amber traps, structured triage, and some prep around that stuff. So that's where we're kind of focusing all our effort north of 126. Doesn't mean we're not thinking about this stuff down here. We got all of this stuff on our mind as well. But right now the priority is north of 126.
Yeah, so a lot of resources out there, fully engaged, very coordinated amongst ourselves, Oregon State Fire Marshal, both with that structure protection plan and the wildfire response plan. That's going really well for us. You'll see for the folks that are out there in that community or just driving on 126, you'll see some increased fire activity, and it's from that firing operation. Just know that our resources are doing that very deliberately. They're doing that very tactically and mindfully, and so that increased fire activity is part of the plan. It's well supported by a lot of resources out there, and we have a lot of confidence in being able to hold that 700 road today. With that, that's all I have for my piece.
I do have just one other thing from the fire marshal side. Some of you folks out there in the community, you might see some rigs from Cal OES. We had some assistance from our neighbors down south. They're sending up a strike team to help us out. And so they're also sending up some other strike teams that we're going to have strategically located throughout the state as the need and the threat of fires in the entire state is out. So we're going to have those folks kind of here, moving out throughout the valley and throughout the state wherever they're needed.
With that, we'll see folks again tomorrow. Have a great day.
Oh, we're having a great day, all right. It's fine and dandy. All right, let me resize this. Oh, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. My God, no! Please don't play that. Facebook, God, ew. Sorry, friends. What I mean by yeah, we're having a great day is just my weary observation. So where's my webcam button there? Okay. So real firefighters, what do you think about that? Yeah, thanks, Darren Rogers. Yeah, they're breaking out all over. Hey, Ann, how are you doing? Yeah, I know that was a friendly sign off, a mindless friendly sign off, but yeah. I mean, we could look at this optimistically. We could think, if a town is not erased today, we actually kind of are having a great day based on the chaos with the weather right now and the beep storm, the massive amount of lightning that has been occurring. I don't even think this has got lightning showing. Like, is there a lightning toggle? Now, this is Sumerth. Excuse me, friends. I'm still kind of sick. No, I'll just show you. I mean, as neat as that looks with the cool wind thing, I could just show you on my radar a lot better, and Windy, I'm sure, is going to do this better. There we go. So here's our current beep storm of lightning that's going on near Bend. You do see that's our lookout fire right there. But I wanted to ask the people who know, the experienced firefighter types, meteorologist types, is it just me, or is lighting backfires on a red flag day an act of pure desperation? Now, they did say we are confident this is going to work, but I was hoping for some percentages. I was hoping for some, if it doesn't, here's our other plan kind of communication with the public. It's good that they're explaining to the public that they are lighting backfires. I mean, to the people that stayed, nobody else can see them because the amount of smoke is just insane right now. Right now, there's been a tremendous amount of lightning. I retweeted somebody's screenshot of the insane lightning that has gone all the way from Tahoe in the Sierras across the Coast Range to California and up into Oregon. We've had a couple thousand lightning strikes in past 24 hours. Hold on to your butts, yippee-ki-yay. it's almost to the point where you just kind of go delirious, and I would want to cue the button that would show the Dr. Strangelove clip of the guy who rode the nuclear bomb and straddled it, waved his cowboy hat the whole way down. It's almost to that point. With how could it get any worse? But we're not going to say that. We're not going to say that. Okay. So, I mean, really, the winds could be higher. It's 104 degrees out right now. I actually like this weather. It's actually pretty dang dry, like it is for California. I like hot, dry heat. I really would like to be in the pool right now, but let's go to work. So this is like the Deathball view. I'm going to look. This is the time lapse that I have. Begins around midnight. So since this is a 12-hour, it'll end about noon. So this is what we're looking at with the lookout fire. Yes, the camera is not calibrated, not in focus either, so we get to see a whole lot of nothing there. I mean, this is the kind of image that they showed as the moon landing happened in 1963. Remember that, guys? Boomers, remember that? Because it was all like transmitted via radio waves, so it was black and white and grainy as anything. And so around 6 in the morning, we lost visual contact with the fire. This is the Deathball Mtn Cam, because you can't make that up. Southwest of the lookout fire, looking to the northeast. And the mountain pass is due east of Eugene. So when they're talking about, hey, you're going to see fire in the landscape today, like, who's going to see that? Like the people who are working on it? That's about it. Like, I don't see a fire. Do you see a fire? That's the current view. Sure, whatever they're doing, just take your word for it. Now, Smith Ridge is the opposite view, northeast looking to the southwest, and the ridge is in the way. It's on the east side of the Cascades. Same lookout fire. This is the time lapse from midnight to noonish. Same thing happens. It gets smoked out, and then I showed you the Zoom Earth that has just a completely smoked out view. So unfortunately, I haven't seen. It's not like I've been watching it 24/7, but I haven't seen any aircraft working the lookout. They said that they were going to have it for support today, and that was part of why they were so confident that their backfires were going to not get out of hand. But you can't fly in this. Excuse me. You can't fly in this. Looking back at the chat, Dan Rogers says, yeah, police scanner and scanner radio are good Android apps. I subscribe to both. Hey, Strange Revan, can you put up the PayPal link again? I totally forgot. Let me look back here. We're gonna check out California stuff too. Thomas Webb says new fire start called the Slide Fire in Northern California, not immediately near a community. Yeah, there's about 27 new ones. I mean, I was trying to go live and I kept checking the phone because Watch Studios, new fire, bit, new fire, bit, new fire. I thought it was malfunctioning at first. Yeah. Okay, so, but yeah, Brokefish, what do you think about, excuse me, what do you think about this, see what I mean, Smith Ridge Cam? I don't see a fire, do you? But satellite's going to tell us the picture here. So this is the modus and veers for the lookout. Now remember, these are the satellites cover a lot less frequently than the GOES. So, but this gives us an idea of what the heck happened over the last, 15 hours or so. It did come down here and Florence Creek. We were trying to eyeball it, see which one it was. I was thinking it might have been this creek over here to the far left. Anyway, so they named the roads that they're trying to use as a fire break, blah, 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 the 700 was one of them, and that's still pretty dang steep. I imagine that's I don't know. It's a mediocre fire line at best. I mean, when we put on the global imagery, it's steep and it's heavily forested and it's a narrow kind of a road. So uh, just the whole wind throwing the embers and it being downhill, that's hard to hold. So they're also doing structure protection, and they pointed over here to this section of the map to a campground. So I don't know if they're protecting the bathrooms or something, but I don't know. I don't know what's over there. There's there's a monument and a lookout boat ramp. I don't know. Gauging station. What's this? Oh, that's the headquarters. Okay, sorry. I take it back. I saw the word campground on their big map. Forgot the experimental forest headquarters were over there. So people on Facebook have been begging them to try to save that, and hopefully they can. It'll try to run the ridge to the west tonight, just like it did last night. And we have a new evacuations notice for Belknap Springs, which is giving me all kinds of agita. Use a Soprano's word, agita. The Italian American is giving me agita. So here's our goes thing, and I guess that's 2 minutes old. Now the incredible thick blanket of smoke on it may be dampening it down, and that is a mixed blessing. I mean, on one hand, it's gonna kind of deprive the fire of some oxygen and smother it a little bit, kind of putting like the lid on the frying pan. But on the other hand, you can't use your aircraft, and they were pretty pivotal in their plan today. So we'll just have to see what the heck goes on when they decide to give us an update for the evening or whatnot. There is a community meeting. I put it on my calendar like a good girl. And it is going to be Thursday at 6:30, and they're going to broadcast that live for Lookout Fire. So do tune in. And as you can see, the aircraft, I've seen a little bit of activity over the bedrock. They're at least looking at the bedrock. Nothing whatsoever over here by where the, excuse me, I'm just going to cough here and mute myself. Now Portland's getting some of the wildfire smoke, so we got some pretty bad quality air. I'm sorry, it's one of those, I can't clear my throat enough. I've got air cleaners running and stuff too. It's just going to be that way. Now I kind of love this heat. I don't love the air quality of today. Excuse me. My joints feel great. I don't like the damp stuff that Oregon usually does. But as you can see, there's really not any aircraft here. Now, if we look at other situations, we got over here, over by Crescent City, Eureka, there's just a ton of new lightning strikes all over Northwest California. I've lost track of them. We can just take a look at Watch Duty. And you guys see that it's been popping up all day. So we've got some on the Oregon border, the Kelly and the Diamond. That would just be all kinds of horrible if we had a repeat of the Biscuit Fire 2002. You see where the flat fire is? The Biscuit Fire is so big it started where the Kelly Fire is and went all the way to the flat. I mean, you see that big brown patch of her? It hasn't grown back. The forest has not grown back. There's still the dead trees on the landscape. So if you're thinking that would be a gigantic fuel mega fire waiting to happen, you'd be right. This has been one of our big concerns since the get-go. Now that all this other crap has occurred, our big nightmare scenario is they're going to fuel people away from the flat fire. They really do not have it under control. There's flanks of it that are not really attended. And then while they turn their back on that one, it can get bigger. So hold on to your butts. So if you guys see the word complex, as these fire names are going to change. The ones that get above 10 acres will start getting names. They get numbers when their lightning strikes at first. If they grow together, that's called a complex. Wildfires that grow together are called a complex, and so if you hear that, that's what that is. Like this one, August KNF lightning fires. It's going to be called a complex. What's poking on the back of my head? Okay, so this is steep, rugged terrain, but it's sparsely inhabited. So if places of population are actually threatened first, these may not be attended for quite some time. So, I mean, it's just browsing through California. We got a bunch that popped off near Tahoe. A lot of these have been kind of splashed already, so thank goodness. Ones that are kind of gray have been doing better than normal. Now, California is like, we got the Baker Fire down. That's Clara County. What county is this? Forward progress stopped. Awesome. Okay, I thought there was something in Santa Clarita. All right. Something by the Bay Area here. The Rock Fire, 5 acres. Continues to hold. Aircraft making good progress. Yeah, there it is. Santa Clara County. Kind of in the middle of nowhere. Hopefully it stays not a factor in the middle of nowhere. So, hold on to your butts. The lightning that's going off right now is pretty intense. Now we can look at it with windy. Let's do a kind of a refresh here. And let's go to radar and satellite. Come on, radar and satellite. Show us the lightning strikes. Here we go. Okay. How did I get that wind thing on there? There we go. Let's play. Let's do a playback. And maybe it'll explain the lightning. It used to make sound effects. Like snap, 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 snap. Oh, that's right. I'm on the 1 hour. We have to go back to 12. What? Yes, we can. We have to get windy premium. No. What about the 6 hour? At least do 6 hours. For the love of... I'm not doing it. Screw you. I mean, just take my word for it. There's been a whole lot of lightning. Even though they don't want to show it to us, whatever. So, a lot of it's dry. Now, it might be a little bit of a slight torrential downpour here. No, that's... Wait a second. That's not rain. Is it? It says MMH. Click to change units. Okay. Is pressure or something like that? Okay, I hate windy. It's just confusing. Just show me. Okay, rain and thunder. Right. Oh, yeah. Okay, now you see the lightning. Thunderstorms. Kilometers square. Oh, I don't care. Anyway, yeah, rain accumulation. Not much. Not much. Not even an inch. As far as I can tell. Hold on to your butts. That's what that means. Or the radar. Play. Okay. So everything colored is bad. That's all I gotta say. Okay. Now, let's see. We got a tanker en route somewhere. So 737, sweet, has been making runs near Cottage Grove, California. That's great. So that particular fire due east of Klamath would be the where's Klamath? Elliott or the Titus? I think it's the Elliott. So help is on the way there. At least they can fly the tankers in some parts of California. Now let me go back to the chat. And yeah, this is a fire smoke map right now. fine particulate matter. It's great. It's great. So you see, Portland up here is pretty mild. Eugene, oh my God, unbreathable in Eugene. I really pity everybody down there. That's awful. Not too great in Corvallis either. Salem ain't looking so good. But I'm sure it'll all funnel up towards the Columbia. We'll get our good dose. So hold on to your butts. That is the smoke map. So what else were we going to look at here? Current wildfire situation. I'm just going to say bad. And satellite, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me look back at chat. Medford is moderate. Yeah, urban. Eric says, Warner, good evening, Captain. I would imagine this weekend next will be very bad for the fire starts. I hope not, but it's not looking good. Yeah, right. It's thank you, El Nino. Hotter and drier Pacific Northwest, but now California just got their lightning. So, like I said, August is lightning strike season. Remember that guy who was heckling me when I tried to explain that all throughout August, thousands of wildfires start due to lightning. There's always thousands of lightning strikes. Yeah, sorry, there'd be at least hundreds of fires that start on the West Coast. And the guy goes, so where'd you get your meteorology degree? I'm like, I don't know, same place you got your doctorate at Jerk University. But yeah, Virga, that's what it is. Virga, big dog. A lot of times it rains out of the clouds and it's so dang dry below that it just evaporates on the way down. Zeus's sick little joke. You know, you really don't have to be an expert to kind of understand August is lightning season. It's always a race against time before the next windstorm to get all those hundreds of lightning strike fires out. Remember, October through January is California's worst wildfire season. October through January, that's the Diablo and Santa Ana wind season. That's when the mega winds happen. So any wildfires that are still going at that point in time can cause, mass fatality type events. Things like the Bear Claremont that I keep showing people. I believe that was 2020. It could have been 2021. Hey, Dusty, how are you? Yeah, gosh, I can't see that on the street. So, yeah, guys, hit the like button. That'd be totally awesome. Get this boosted so other people find us. Hi, Michael Thompson. How are you? Also saying anything in chat like boosts. It's called. There's a word for it. Chat. What do you call it? Activity or rate or something like that. So other than likes, views, new subs, and the like, the more people chat, like the more that the algorithm boosts you. So let me go back up here. I don't think I missed anything. And it's open question and answer time. I was really hoping I could take a damn nap. But don't look like it. So we got evacuation maps. This is the Lane County one, which also works for Lynn County. As you can see that there's a little bit of an expansion for the Lookout Fire over by it's level 3 now, not just a level 2 for that boat ramp forest center thing. And what I didn't want to see is level 1 be on the lookout for Belknap Hot Springs over there. That should have been there from day 1, but better late than never. Bedrock looks like that's level 2 instead of 3 now, which is odd. This went level 3, I swear. East side of Fall Creek Lake. We'll have to double check that. I mean, that could be a map equivalent of a misprint, a misclick. The salmon fires got level 1s early now. Oak Ridge has got to be twitching. Like last year, they had a really late season fire that just took off like a rocket. So, you know, they're not resting easy. So this is the tribepta, you know, like trifecta is a good thing, tribepta is the bad thing. The triple threat. Willamette National Forest. So wanted to check on that. Let's look at the bedrock. Now that's fire that just won't die. Started in campground. Shame on you, whoever the hell did this. Let's see here. We've got a video to watch from 6 hours ago. Since I still want to eat my sandwich, let's watch it. That's about it. We don't really. It still says evacuation level 3 on watch duty, but you know the map says no. So we can look at their Facebook page real quick and then watch this video. In fact, let's just watch it on their Facebook. Okay, bedrock, refresh. Yeah, 7 hours ago. They had a 2 hour ago update. They're wrapping historical things with a luminized structure wrap, ASW, that covers the buildings to deflect radiant heat, prevent the embers. Many of the historical and recreational structures along Fall Creek have been wrapped to prevent structure loss. How cool is that? Shiny. You know, that would be the next level in pranks, you know? Like, if you could, you can get a hold of some of that, you know, off season. Maybe some that's been damaged or whatever. You know how people used to TP somebody's house? Well, that's too precious anymore. TP's worth its weight in gold. But if you can get some of that, that's a next level prank. Like you come home and your house is wrapped up like that, like a birthday present. Just put a big bow on the roof. Sorry, little kid in me has got ideas. All right, let's look at the bedrock fire. Here is our 5 hour ago update. So we shall, let me fix this. No, that's the wrong button. Okay, we're gonna full screen it.
Hi, I'm Linda Chappell. I'm your Air Resource Advisor today, covering both the bedrock and the lookout fires for air quality. So as you're well aware, we have a lot of smoke out there today. As we're working through the day, right now we've got smoke that's settling and moving primarily to the west toward the ocean, and it's heavier and heavier. These sensors here now have turned red on us for a short time. I believe that will be in the unhealthy for sensitive groups most of the day, but they'll bounce back and forth between unhealthy and moderate probably. Later in the day today, we're expecting a wind switch to the northwest. And what that means is that the winds up high switch around, and expecting that, best of our knowledge, about 1 o'clock or so. And as the day goes on, those winds deepen toward the surface. So after a while, the smoke will start to push back toward the east. So there's already a little smoke over the top into the Redmond, Prineville, east side area. Lapine and Oak Ridge very obviously have smoke and are going to continue to get smoke with that northwest push. But as the winds deepen, this west side will start to clear up. So later this afternoon, the Salem, Eugene, and this west side should have better air quality than they do right now. However, the other side of that is that Lapine, Oak Ridge, and the east side will experience periods of worsening air quality. So do your best to listen to what we're hearing from our health departments and DEQ. Stay in cool places, stay in clean air when you can, and limit your outdoor activities because this stuff is really tough to deal with. So thank you.
Okay, sorry, friends. I don't know why Facebook wants to show those disgusting, like, baby died images. I don't know what the hell that's about. So sorry, friends. John Bruno just called, and he's dismayed as much as anybody is right now. Like who the hell just approved California strike teams to go to Oregon when lightning was in the forecast for California? Brilliant. So I just apologize for us not having our stuff together. Sorry. But if you think about it, it's okay. I mean, if Southern California wasn't having a big problem, if they weren't having a big problem, it might be okay. Like a lot of people think that it's like bird migration, right? A lot of people think birds migrate from Alaska like all the way down to the tip of South America. In reality, birds that are like in Oregon go to Northern California. Birds in Northern California go to Southern California. Birds in Southern California go to Baja California. And they all just kind of move over one sector in general. I mean, some of them make epic migrations, I'm sure. But that's to make room for the other birds coming in and eating all their food. So everybody's got to move down one sector. It's a pretty good, efficient strategy. The problem is that Southern California is not looking good either. I just tweeted some stuff that showed some howling winds down there by Hemet. And boy, did they get it. Hemet 2021 had some pretty massive wildfires where we were rooting for the survival of one of those historic lookout towers. And they were desperately trying to save it with helicopters, and there was all this sagebrush. Remember that? Then we lost the feed. And I was sure that that lookout tower could be saved, but it burned to the ground. Just because people didn't decide to trim the weeds. It was pretty awful. But the point is, it's pretty damn windy down there. So Australia, help us. Canada can't help us. Usually Canada would be in the house, but they got their hands full. We're having a great day. So I'm sorry. That was probably some sort of smoke thing. I was not listening to it. Somebody talking about smoke and aircraft, but they're not flying anywhere near the bedrock or the flat fire right now. It just kind of looks like that. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? So, but get out of the way. So, sorry, California, we stole your cruise. Hopefully somebody else will be able to relieve California. Oops, that's too far away. So, meanwhile, back at the ranch, we can't see anything that's going on anywhere near the lookout fire. So if anybody has any insider information, do let us know. So that's a view. So it's our current fire map thing. Refresh it, and it's like a crop of pimples showing up like right the night before prom. You just you refresh it, and there it is. Well, this one might be being DDoS'd. What? I guess it stopped at the Oregon border for some reason. We forgot to look at Washington. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's stuff going on in Washington right now. So, red sky fire. That was the one, the elephant cam that you guys were trying to tell me about, right? Vegetation fire with structures fretting. Second alarm ordered. So that's because it's near a city. It's not frequent that you see an alarm called for a wildfire. There's a bug in here. I'll get you. Okay, come swing by this way again. I'll get you. Alarms are basically how many units are going to show up to a situation. Second alarm fires are like, this is pretty bad, let's call in another station. Third are pretty seriously bad. 4 are like, yeah, that's going to make the news for the entire year. Everyone's going to talk about it for 5 years. And 5 alarms are like, oh man, everybody's going to talk about it the rest of the century. everybody's going to train on this one and all the videos, you know. So, Horse Heaven Hills Fire. Now, that's a bit weird. There's a different ghost town called Horse Heaven in California, in Oregon, excuse me. So they got a 97 and 2 fire. Just reported, but nobody on Watch 2 is actually covering it. So let's go look at the elephant cam. Yeah, that's what it looked like the day that everything went wrong and the lookout fire. Let me screenshot that really quick before we move on. Let's see. Windows snip. Right, save as. Boom. Okay. So let's go to Washington. Elephant. Yeah. I'd imagine. Wait a second. That's going to do West. Yakima. Status peak. Can see it too, but it's just faint. All right, let's do a time lapse of that one then. 3 hours. Is that like dust? Yeah, it must be somebody running around with a tractor back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Whoop! Fire. Okay, looks like it might run uphill towards some radio stations and whatever that is, windmills or something like that. But we'll hope that they get a handle on that. Excuse me. So, what else we got? Let's look at the chat. Cedar Fire wildfire in California reported in the Six Rivers National Forest. 8 hours, 6 minutes updated. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Hey Eddie Wall, how are you? Darren Rogers. Yeah. Oh hey, November 6th golf, Mike Lima. And hey Brian Rockwell fan, how you doing? So, oh you were born in Hemet, Eddie Wall. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it a fun day? Okay. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna pin that message. If you can donate to PayPal, I would never want to put advertisements on this. So I really hate to be an internet beggar, but we are donation funded, and thank you everybody who has done this. Let's see, automatically. Oh God, anti-Semites coming. You know that. Feel free, mods, to ban anti-Semites. That's that is a capital offense on this channel. Okay. You know you got a bigger audience when they come out of the woodwork. Michael Jones, hey, how you doing? I think a big fire in Quebec is finally done. Haven't had smoke from there in a while, but I did see some nasty black smoke in Toronto last week. Apparently it was an industrial fire, but I haven't heard anything about it since. Yeah, on my Twitter, which is @KWildfires, there's a mulch fire that looks insane. It looks like lava. Like it looks completely insane. So Dusty Smoke says California's had a metric beep ton of overhead teams. They won't miss a couple right now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. Have you seen how bad it's getting? Okay. Yeah. Wait, the Red Sky Fire has a level 3 evacuation. Is that what you were saying? Ah, dear. Polar vortex. Okay, let's look back at it. Where is this? I don't see it. It just says that there's a second alarm. I wouldn't think anything needs to be evacuated. It's kind of middle of nowhere. Out of like somebody's literal backyard fire. Uh, that was updated 25 minutes ago. Anyway, so Olympia has got something. Island fire. Acreage was updated from 4 to 1.5. So it's shrinking? Okay. Kind of near where that other was earlier this year. Different peninsula. Yeah, it's interesting the way that Washington has fjords, you know, like Scandinavia. Okay, what? Something in Tillamook County? Yeah, the Lost Creek fire. That's 2 days ago. It's probably out. Okay. Now, there's precious little information about the corral and the Ben Harrison. We had a 6 hour ago update. So the Ben Harrison is west of Sumter. It's a pretty steep, rugged terrain over by Granite and Greenhorn. And the firefighters have completed the handline around the 95-acre Ben Harrison fire suite. They completed the handline around it, which literally means kind of raking the vegetation around it away from it in a circle. Mostly fires travel along the ground, so if you just kind of rake to bare dirt on either side, I mean, that's the way to do it. Hand line is using your hand tools. And they'll run some hose and stuff too, I'm sure. But we got to appreciate how brutal that kind of labor is, physical labor. The fire is burning in subalpine fir, which is known for holding on to heat that can reignite, produce embers that start spot fires. Because of this, fire managers are keeping the containment at 0 until conditions are more stable, meaning they don't want to give the public some false hope. It may hold, may not. Fire behavior was minimal yesterday, primarily consisting of creeping, which is good. That's like a creeping fire is literally so small that so slow that snails could probably outrun it. It's creeping and smoldering with larger fuels burning on the interior. Low fire behavior allowed firefighters to complete those lines around the perimeter. An infrared flight conducted last night showed the fire had interior scattered heat, few isolated heat sources. Fire has not moved outside the estimated perimeter for the last few days. So today they'll look around at it, search for pockets of heat. They'll dig out the heat sources, which means like stumps and stuff on fire, and splash those with water. There's 20 smoke jumpers there, 3 hand crews, 4 repellers, jeez, and a local district personnel. Aircraft are available as needed based on the operational needs. As that containment increases, fire managers will begin demobilizing resources over the next few days to get to the other fires. This will be the final daily update unless conditions change. Yay? So, high pressure is built over the west this week. High temps across the Columbia Basin are expected to be 100 plus degrees or higher. Excessive heat warnings are in effect throughout the week. Fire officials want to remind everyone that the current fire danger rating remains at high. And public use restrictions involving chainsaw use, smoking, and off-road travel are in effect. Smoking? You think that you can keep people from smoking? That's quaint. Do they mean campfire usage? Okay. Well, that's at least a bright spot in all this info. I'd still like to know about the corral fire, though. All right, friends. Let's see. Cheryl's got some info about feds handing out $700 as one-time payments to the Hawaii wildfire victims. That's good. They do need walking around money. Hey, Witchy, welcome back. You'll be a lot more often around more. Good, good. So looking back at the chat, oh, I'm so sorry, Witchy. Lost a husband to injuries in Iraq in 05 last year. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah, that would explain. That's a good reason for an absence. But we're so happy to have you back, and anytime you need us, we are here. Dusty Smoke says satellite cam shows a large thunderhead currently moving over the big Willamette fires. Downdrafts from it could blow things up. That might blow the smoke away. We might get a look at things too. So yeah, what do you think? I think lighting backfires in a red flag day is a Hail Mary. There's nothing to lose. kind of a desperate act. But that's unexperienced me. It's just worrisome. Unofficial says North Washington Cascades. Go look at what? We just looked at Washington. Yeah. Sourdough is still there. Is there something else happening? Sourdough is now 11% contained. Some growth observed to the north with intense heat. Scattered heat observed on the western side. Now here's the problem, friend. I'm not just tired. My throat, I'm losing my voice. I really don't know what to do should that happen. We got this chaos, especially going in northwestern California. And yeah, let's look at the current craziness with the thunderstorms. Yeah, it's coming right over just west of Bend is where the lookout fire and stuff is, and the bedrock. And I'm not sure what to do if I can't talk. I've got a couple ideas. Like take 3-hour breaks, come back, right? Whenever I've tried to just not speak and just type things before, use like an auto-generated voice, that didn't go too particularly well. Now, I could just leave the stream running and do a mandatory 3-hour break and just like go into the bedroom and lay down. And the mods could lead people through the crisis with the chat, like with the links, I know you guys are good for it. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being here, mods. Not sure what to do. Is Opus here? Oh, hey, Opus, how are you? Yeah, I'm trying to pull through this. Now, Witchy says I'm not understanding backfire ops during a high fire danger day. Well, Dusty says suicidal act. Yeah, it's like there's no other options. There's no other options. The fire poured over the ridge. It's now in the wind tunnel known as the Mountain Pass. Oh God, here's our new GOES 17 satellite. GOES 18, whatever it is. That could be the fire being active, or it could be part of their Hail Mary fire ops. So part of their confidence when they said that's what they were doing today, and they said, "Oh, don't mind us. A lot of the fire on the hillside is because of us." Well, I don't know who they're talking to because, like, nobody could see it. I mean, nobody south of the river or highway has been asked to evacuate yet, which is just bizarre. So maybe these people are watching. But I think that they should have been level 3'd a long time ago. They used the word triage. I don't know if that was a slip up. But triage is just what it sounds like. If you can't save all the patients, you save the ones that have the best chance. So that's what they're talking about, the structures. And if you put on the structures, the orange, the black dots are structures, but the orange kind of lets you know. So the current wind direction is going to be told by the smoke if we just do the, I like the live, what's it called? Zoom Earth thing. Just kind of refresh. It's got lovely up-to-date smoke things. So we start at 1:30 p.m. and hit the play button. I mean, we got a northwest wind prevailing. But look at the clouds coming in from the southeast. You got a mixy swirl of stuff here. And look at the direction the smoke is trying to go, to the southwest. So you got so many different wind directions from different altitudes. I don't even know what to make about it. When we were watching live, the first time the fire broke over the ridge, when that happened, what we saw at this level, I hope you can see my cursor, the wind was going a different direction than right here on the ridge top. So the smoke poured in down here and filled the valley and wasn't moving very quickly, but the clouds and smoke right at the ridge top level was rapidly moving to the west. So this is a drop in 3,000 feet elevation to get down to where the city lights are. You can have wind go just different directions, like every different 1,000 feet, it can be totally different. So where the fire might want to be spreading right now could be all different directions. Just depends. We're not there, so we don't know. The Deathball Cam ain't telling us. Yeah. But I'm not criticizing this. I want to make that clear, because maybe I just sounded harsh, right? I'm not criticizing lighting backfires on a red flag day. I'm just explaining that it sounds extremely desperate to me. And they had confidence that it would work, and they explained they had all kinds of support from especially air resources lined up. But when you really don't have anything to lose, you don't have anything to lose. If the fire's definitely going to the west, then go ahead, especially like in the early morning, which is probably when they did this stuff. Go light that section of the mountain on fire if there's no way to complete a line in time. And burn off the stuff that would later be, it's better to burn that stuff off the ground in this relative still of the morning before the afternoon winds pick up and the heat picks up and the 40% humidity becomes 18. Because then it's going to roar into that same spot. And instead of having a hell of a lot of fuel, it has a hell of a lot of less fuel, right? So I'm not critical of it. You really don't have anything to lose. And if it gets away from them, it's going to be the same result. They ran out of time to complete lines and make them firm enough and get the perimeter heat cooled down. They ran out of time before it jumped, as we saw the other night. So I just want to make that clear. I don't know what else they can do. So we just have to learn lessons of make your fire lines before you need them. When an actual wildfire comes, you should just spiff them up, that they should be complete and ready to go. And FDR was the last president that had the foresight to have that idea. And so they had elaborate plans, like surveyors went all over the West Coast. And they actually started building like super fire lines where they were obviously needed based on the historical fires of the past, which repeat, fire repeats in the same spots. Terrain doesn't change, so stubborn fires in rough terrain, no matter what year it is, become stubborn fires in rough terrain, right? So they even began groundbreaking on these elaborate fire breaks and fire access roads, and making everything from better communication to escape route bridges for people. They even had one in Butte County, which may have saved lives in Paradise, but got abandoned after FDR died. So let's dust that off. Let's go back to what works. We can only learn the lessons, right? So let's look back. Fuzztail. Yeah, I ignored the Fuzztail. Now this one I'm nominating for Wildfire Name of the Year. Can you guys think of any other interesting wildfire names? Because we gotta have some winners, you know. We gotta have a grim trophy. Update. So 5 minutes ago, we have a Fuzztail fire update. And if that looks pockmarked by volcanic craters, that's because it is. Oregon's Cascades are just full of old lava flows. That's a lava flow, you know. Probably millions of years ago. Okay. Update from the Central Oregon Fire. Crews are making great progress on the Fuzztail. The latest size estimate is 12 acres. Central Oregon is experiencing smoke impact from other fires to the west, including the Bedrock and Lookout. Yeah. Yeah. Airnow.gov is a great resource to monitor the air quality near you. It looks very different, doesn't it? Eastern Oregon. Oops. That's not my fault. That picture is messed up. Yeah, it's zooming in too much. But once you get over the hump, once you climb into the mountains and get on the other side, you're like, whoa, we are not in Kansas anymore. This is a whole new country. So over there, wildfires look like little fluffy clouds to the west. So 2 hours ago, the Fuzztail fire was 10 acres. They closed some trails. The entry of Fuzztail Butte is also closed. Thunderstorms are moving over the area. Scattered rain showers have moderated the fire activity a little bit. Yay! Dozers are working in conjunction with firefighters to construct lines around the fire, and air resources continue to support by dropping the retardant. Okay. So there is a heavy police presence near China Hat Road because of this fire. Please avoid the area. Unless you'd like to get a first-class beatdown. Stop resisting. I'm kidding. But let that be a warning to all the potential looters. Okay. Let's go back. Ah! Oh my god, sorry. I just got frightened by the cha-ching sound. Thank you, whoever just donated to PayPal. Much obliged. I've got a Bluetooth set up with the phone here. Now, my throat is still a little bit ragged. Let me look back at the chat. Hey, Lane there, how are you? JNAP Production says the smoke was really bad here today, Eugene. Not so bad now. Oh, I guess maybe that means a thunderstorm's pushing it away. Oh, it looks damn awful. It looks god awful in Eugene. Like, wait, that's not the right thing. Oh yeah, that's the McKenzie Bridge traffic cam thing. Okay, that can be marginally useful. But well, where's my smoke map? Where'd that go? It looks god awful. I mean, look at that. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of sputtering in Portland here. So if it's clearing a little bit, we might be able to see something on Deathball after all. Okay. We shall see, friends. So where's my Earth thing? Here it is. Like 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Yeah. Look at that ominous puffy mushroom cloud looking thingy there. Here comes the thunderstorms. Yeah. That's either going to be very good or very bad. If it's wet, it's going to be very good. If it's dry, very bad. So let's look at windy and try to figure it out so that we can see what the heck's going on with the lightning and the stuff. Yay, it's only 99 in Portland now. Man, I want to dip in the pool. That'd be so cool. Okay. Yeah, we got lots of lightning near the pine. headed towards Oak Ridge of all places. Salmon fire could even light up. And that was looking better. Okay. Okay. Now if we go to wind, it's all over the place. Look how the storms are moving up from the southeast and going to the northwest, but the wind is supposed to be coming from the northwest. So it just goes to show the different altitudes are entirely different directions. There's a button you can press here. Yeah, see it says surface winds. You can go up to, this is 750 meters or 25,000 feet. And adjust this thingy and see wind, like here, flight level 240, 7,000 meters. Totally different wind direction, right? So who knows how high these storms are, but it's coming in hot and fast from the southeast. Yeah, that's the button. So you slide it back down there and you get surface. Oh my God, I'm sorry. My own webcam is in front of what I'm demonstrating. Let me turn that off. Okay, this, see this? You can change it. Bottom right corner there. But you gotta hit this button down here first for the wind sock. You get the slider. Then you can see wind at different altitudes. Okay. You can go to forecast weather, you know, to a favorite. You can do reported temperatures, airports, webcams. They got fancy buttons. Wind sock. It's good for when you're on the wind. So here's a wind gust thing. Blah, blah, blah. Weather radar. Hold on to your butts. All right, looking back at chat. D. Parrish says, glad to help. Thanks for the updates. Well, thank you very much. You were wonderful. And anybody else would like to toss a dime to your Witcher? I was like, toss a coin to your Witcher. The PayPal link is up there. I want to keep this as ad free as possible. Like, you know, but there are bills. And please donate to people in Hawaii. Boy, they're gonna need it. So Deep Harris says, I thought the house was on fire this morning in Eugene. Gosh, where's Nick? Nick had a big scare. Went to work. Our mod, Nick. Excuse me. Came back and like came around the corner and it looked like Nick's house was on fire. Column of smoke and everything. The neighbor's garage was on fire. God, I can imagine a heart attack. Open Singer says it's warm in Napa, but still better than most. Yeah. Thanks. And thanks, Witchy, for offering to man the fort. I may have to have a voice break for an hour or two. This is getting bad. I've been chugging down the honey, gargling with the salt. Hey, I don't know. Okay. Now, open question and answer time. Let's refresh the watch duty. I'm very curious to see if this camera is going to clear out the Deathball. I want to know about Oregon Geographic names. Deathball Mountain. Oregon Geographic names Deathball. If you look at my last stream, like not the last video, the last stream, I tried to read a bedtime story for people to try to chill out as we were kind of see I was reluctant to go to sleep around midnight because the fire was backing down the mountain straight towards McKenzie Bridge. but doing it ever so slowly, and we couldn't see much on the cam. So I decided, whoa, okay, yeah, that's weird. Okay, Deathball Mountain. So I read about local history, why the town of Nimrod was called Nimrod, which is threatened by the Lookout Fire. Boy, was that a weird tale. You guys might want to watch that. Can't make this stuff up. Oregon tales are a lot like Florida man tales. It's just like the Operation Diarrhea, thing with the ghost town of Antelope. That was a good fun story. So Deathball Mountain is one reference in different various Oregon geographic names. But where did it get the name? I don't have my Oregon geographic name book handy, and it's one of those classic books. You can get the for cheap, at like library sales. It's just an alphabetized, um, kind of like a fun encyclopedia of how various places in Oregon got their names. And so they started as a Great Depression public work kind of project. Like, they didn't just do things like CCC camps and whatever. They paid people to do what they already did, right? To try to get out of the depression. So they didn't take artists and say, hey, get a radically new skill and become a bricklayer, right? They tried to pay artists to be artists, pay photographers to be photographers, pay historians to be historians, pay an author to be an author. So as long as you did something of historical and patriotic kind of value with your art, you got paid by the government to do so. So a lot of the writers in the 30s would go on a mission to go out and interview old timers and preserve, living memory before it was no longer living memory, right? Yeah, here it is. Maybe this will explain where it got its name. Darn. It's not really. It's just random data about like this location. So you get really cool books about ghost towns, like all the ghost towns along the Willamette River. Shoot, I'll try to find that book. And sometimes though, they were unable to figure out like why something was called something, and some things will forever remain a mystery. You'll look up things like Raw Dog and Yellow Dog, two different town names in Eastern Oregon. The slang of the 1800s was like 100% meme. The word okay comes from a meme of the 1800s. Okay, we still can't see crap here. Whoops. Let's see. And they had a pretty amazing sense of humor. Thank you for the blessing. Big Dog says the Maui fires are a $6 billion disaster. What do things cost anymore? I don't know. I hear like a bottle of water is always $6 on Hawaii. Like, just everything costs a lot because of the whole shipping thing or whatever. But yikes. Now, wasn't the president going to speak about it today? I heard some headlines about they finally were going to address the remains of children being found in the Hynup. It's the elderly, the children, the vulnerable, the weak, the sick, those in hospital, and women, and then able-bodied men. That they usually people die in that order. So it should be not just women and children first, but the vulnerable first. Able-bodied men have got to help much as they can in a disaster, because the window of opportunity for survival closes first for everybody else. And I'm sure everybody was doing everything they possibly could, not implying that they're not. But if you typically look at disaster victims by statistics in that kind of a cold way, funny patterns emerge. So you either have very few able-bodied grown men in their prime as victims, or you have a whole lot of them because they died trying to save everybody else. Donner Party, like for example in the Sierras, overwhelmingly it was the able-bodied men died first. They ran outside, burned all their calories trying to cut down wood for fire and to build the cabins, and tried ice fishing and did all that stuff and spent themselves really fast. So, but it's not a sexist type of a thing. It's a physical reality thing. And we should change it, not just women and children first, the vulnerable first. And we should think about that before the disaster happens. How are the people at the retirement homes going to evacuate? I've seen some really cool innovations, even from the 1800s, like Forest Grove has an old building, and it's an old retirement home for the Masons, like a Masonic lodge, right? And so they don't have staircases for like the second and third floor evacuations. They had slides, like water park style slides on the second and third floors to quickly evacuate the elderly. You just wrap them in blankets and shoot them down. And these slides terminated right next to these mini roads where people back in the day could drive up, and buses could drive up and grab them. We can get creative with stuff like that. Elevators are not going to be in operation. We need to design places that our most vulnerable live for survival. Their survival, not as an afterthought. We've had a lot of hospital fires in the past and city fires and whatnot, and all these lessons have already been pre-learned. We just have to reemphasize the importance of, when we rebuild, build for survival in mind. And then everything will change. For one thing, shelter in place options. Those will be good, because too many times escape by vehicle is supposed to be the norm of and that's a kind of a social Darwinism thing, right? Social Darwinism is survival of the richest. Yeah, your odds of escape by vehicle go up. Your odds of survival that way go up if you can afford a vehicle. But that's a window of opportunity that closes, and for any kind of high population town, you just can't expect everybody to leave at once and there not to be a massive traffic jam or a death road because of power lines down and such. So we have to just rethink some things. Underground shelters are an awesome idea. Ways to quickly get into them, etc. We just need to think proactively, and we won't have this sort of thing happen. Okay, going back to I Am Earth Baby. Thank you for the coverage. Yeah, I'm trying my best. D. Parrish says my air purifier is running wide open. Close your outside vent on your AC unit. Yeah, there's a simple thing to help wildfire smoke from getting in your house. I am suffering right now because I haven't caulked the window with the AC unit sticking out of it, right? I used to do that. This particular window I have it in because I moved it temporarily, is a little bit stubborn. I found out that a lot of wildfire smoke, in, just like cold air drafts, is getting in through the outlets, the light switch plates, and the cable, like coaxial cable outlets on the wall, and the actual electrical outlets. So I bought this stuff. It's a rope caulk. I think it was by MD. Yes, this stuff. Exactly, this stuff. So you take off your. I made a couple videos. They're not ready for prime time, but it's that sticky tacky stuff. Wait, no, that's not it. That's not it. I'm sorry. It's the same looking box, but it's not like the foam. Hey, I'm sorry. It's like clay, like this. Yeah, but it looks like that package. So it comes in these little things. Have you ever, like, when you're in kindergarten, pinned up, the child's drawing or something on the refrigerator with the sticky tacky, right? It's kind of got that tacky, not quite wet, but it's moist and pliable, right? Well, I took a cigarette lighter to it, could not get the stuff to burn, even though it kind of smoked a little bit. So it passed the Catherine seal of approval. So you just peel it off in these ropes. When you take off your light switch and your electrical outlets, what you're going to look is there a crack in the drywall? Is there a gap? And it usually is, because, lazy contractors, they're not supposed to have a gap in the drywall. It's a bad fire hazard, for one. Two, it's the source of the biggest air leaks in anybody's house, aside from a couple of things. Having your flue wide open in your chimney, right? That's the biggest air leak in anybody's house. And like not having a threshold on your door, like that should be like the only thing that's worse. But I can't tell you how much of a difference this has made in the energy bills and my comfort. I just was always chilled or just hot as anything. It's as easy as pie. You just rip off from the coil the appropriate amount, stuff it in those cracks until the cracks are gone. And the second thing is, get the little, when you get those gaskets, so those electrical outlet gasket. These are like 15 cents, So you put that, it's a little foam cutout thingy. So once you've sealed the gap with the caulk stuff, which is in between the drywall and the little box, then you stick this puppy on, and you just need a screwdriver for this. It's amazing. Now the very last step, stopping the drafts and like wildfire smoke from getting in there, it's going to be this: the child-proof outlet covers. Right now, I like to buy the actual special outlets. These are outlet covers. Never mind. You can actually buy the outlets that are built-in childproof. They have a sliding, like a little door that covers the outlet, right? But you can always buy these traditional things here. These little suckers, you just pop them in, right? That will stop air from actually flowing in through the outlets. I never really knew how much this was like a big gap in your house. You just prioritize the ones on the outside walls of your house. The inner walls don't particularly matter, right? But I did this. What a tremendous difference in my comfort level. Just insane. I had the electric bill savings have been great too. I just like, wow. Like, I don't heat my bedroom anymore. I just use the electric blanket through the winter. I used to have that puppy running. So you could, I mean, if I had my stuff together here, I would be making links so that you could buy these things with my affiliate links, right? Well, I can't be bothered right now, but it's called cord caulking. Yes. MD brand is the one that I have and just seems to work, but I'm sure Duck brand and others will work, right? Okay. Now let's see where our thunderstorms are going. We should have an updated view. Are they coming over the flat? The bedrock or the salmon fire area? Sure taking a sweet time. They're stopping to see the sights, like, oh, Crater Lake is over there. Freaking thunderstorm tourists. I bet it's a pretty amazing lightning strike show for anybody that has like Ring doorbell cams and stuff. All right, let me go back and look at the chat. But yeah, preventing the smoke from getting in the first place. I remember 2020 and how bad that was. Now, my comfort level did not increase. I just felt like I was going to die. Just absolutely fatigued and such. Yeah, you're very welcome, Deep Parish. That'll be $5 for the tip. By the way, it's going to make you more fire safe. You don't want gaps in the drywall, and for the love of God, don't put nylon, cheapo outlet covers and light switch covers. Okay, those are there, and they're literally 16 cents a pop just for the painters to stick back on, you know, when they leave, right? But when you get your new place, whether or not you've built a house, inherited a house, bought a house, or apartment, whatever, put your own outlet covers on there and make them substantial. Make them metal or ceramic. Do not make them nylon. Those just melt off, and then you get fire within your walls. Or if it's an electric fire that came from that junction box within your wall, you want it to stay there and not melt the nylon switch plate and burst out into your living space. You know, you want to confine it the best you can. Give yourself some time to get out, right? So I think nylon and plastic and wood switch covered plates should be banned, but that's just me. But if you get the metal ones like I do, then that can transfer the cold draft that's within your walls, you know, in the winter straight into your room. You touch it, it's cold, right? But that's what that cute little outlet cover gasket thing goes for, right? You know, that's what the insulator thing is for. So that's, I did a smart thing, and I just took my ceramic outlet covers. You can just buy nondescript white ones or funny looking ones. You know, they make, these are pretty typical, right? You got your white. Just don't tighten that screw too tight. You're gonna crack them, you know. And they come in all varieties, enameled or not. When you buy them by the big packs, you know, it's a lot more affordable. So I switched ceramic since they don't transfer the cold of the outside as much to all of the walls, the exterior walls. I took the metal wall plates, the interior walls and stuff like in the kitchen. So wallplatewarehouse.com. I didn't even know this existed. This is kind of neat. You can go by bronze. Bronze ones are cool looking. Yeah, I have this pattern. That one's a cool pattern. Now, thing is, now if you're going to be decorating, right, you want to get good deco points, you know. There's almost nothing more important than classy wall plate and outlet covers because, especially for your wall switch, when you walk into a room, your first impression is most important, right? So a person looks for the light switch. So the very first thing they look at in the room is going to be this classy, plate. So, oh God, that scared me. Okay, thank you, whoever just donated to PayPal. You scared me though. Brass can look pretty good too. Oh yeah, this pattern I love. I've got this pattern. I've been unable to find it. Oh good. This one's really sweet. So whenever I see like expensive decorations in places like my mom's workplace was completely remodeled. The It was a new carpet, new everything. Fancy, marble looking countertops for the entrance. Brand new fancy looking mahogany style furniture in the waiting room and stuff. All of that was ruined by these really disgustingly ugly 16 cents a pop nylon wall switch covers. It's just like, that's gauche, man. You have to complete your look, man. Anyway, so you got decorations for all occasions here. Got nightlight wall covers too. Blah blah. They make fancy ones now that that are nightlight and have USB outlets and stuff. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. Yeah, lighted wall plates. Maybe these are here. Yeah. So you get your hand near them and then they light themselves and woohoo. Now, I went to one of the depot stores, one of the big box type stores, and I got myself some childproof outlets because they were just actual outlets, not the covers. The kind that had the sliding door. And I got like a 10-pack, really cheap. And they're built in, so you don't need to buy these little things you stick in the actual socket. Because oh yeah, these things, God, they got stuck on my wall. I can't get them off. I was like prying them off with a butter knife. This style is pretty intense. I was like, oh screw this. And the amount of time it took me to try to get these back out of the outlet, I could have just rewired the entire thing, right? But if you ever find that when you plug in anything, there's like a blue spark or anything, or you have to spread the little tongs of your wire to get it stick in or like falls right back out, it is time for new outlets. It's a fire hazard. So when you're going to do a replacement, just buy a 10-pack, get your electrician to get them all up there for you. And I got the side door. I thought it'd be there already. Yeah, sliding outlet. Oh, that's a cover, like the actual outlet. I'll just go to the home despot then. Anyway, this will keep wildfire smoke out of your home. Childproof outlet. Yeah. So I was hoping it would just give you a good view, but the little holes have doors that automatically close, not the ground, with little eyes of the oh no face, So when you put your fingers in there, it ain't gonna open, but it moves aside for the plug. Maybe there's a demo video. Well, that's how to do it. Yeah, I don't know that they should be telling the average person how to do this. If you're learning this from the Home Depot website, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. You know. But anyway, I was hoping they'd have like a little demo. But I love these. They're better than getting the butter knife out, trying to wedge those things out. Plus, I've seen some horrible reviews on Amazon where the little plastic things that are supposed to be safety start melting down. So, whoops. Yeah, we still can't see nothing. I was hoping a little bit of wind might blow the fire and we could actually get an idea of what the hell's going on. And the Central Cascades. No such luck. Okay, let's look back at the chat. Hi, Myra, handy woman. Thanks. Yeah, I've got all kinds of instructional videos I never posted because I don't have any time. Big Dog says, whoop, it jumped to 100 a moment ago. Yikes. What, your temperature? 35 miles east of San Luis Obispo. Bitter fire. Oh, dear. Really? Oh, yeah, JCat. There's, I was going to say Canada is generally pretty good about their regulations, but there's some awful stuff I learned about Canada. I study ghost towns. I tend to start alphabetically when I'm looking at a new province or state. So I was looking at Canada's ghost towns, there's quite a few. And one of them, I was just browsing the provinces by alphabetized, and one of them said Asbestos, Canada. I went, oh, that's gotta be a ghost town. No, it's not. Oh my God. You're still mining that asbestos away, and Canada never banned it. Because they're one of the #1 producers, and they're just exporting it like crazy, especially to Southeast Asia, where they never banned it either. Oh my God. Oh my God. So there's a dark side. There's a dark side. Hey, Urban, which evacuations for which one? Because there's a bunch of different competing. Zone Haven changed its name anyway, which is retarded, but yeah, Canada's in complete denial about asbestos. It ain't that bad. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know that I'll be visiting that town to document it. Maybe I'll just kind of take some screenshots. There's something worse than asbestos, though, and Eastern Oregon has a lot of it. Over by Rome, Oregon, especially. It's called Areonite. Areonite, they found out is part of what the underground Christian towns that were dug literally by hand in the Middle Ages to get away from warfare and the Muslim versus Christian kind of battles that happened in the Byzantine Empire. This is called Cappadocia, today's Turkey. And so these are fascinating ghost towns. Oh my gosh, we can see a little bit on the Smith Ridge Cam. Yeah, the storm might be pushing something. So it's a very not only soft and carvable, like hand carvable, you could practically scratch your way into making a little niche for yourself to put, say, a candle on the ledge, right? So these elaborate towns got dug out for protection from, medieval warfare. But it's a soft and fibrous rock that should be giving alarm bells in your head right now. So let's look at the aircraft. God. Okay. Lead planes running around Crescent City area, just east of Smith River. So there we go. There's some Bronco action. Take a 15. Midford seeing some action. Nothing going on in the Cascades, where it's pea soup. Take that back. A Rockwell is looking at the bedrock. Now, let's see where these guys are going. Stuff. Ponderosa. Where is that? Okay, let's find out that fire. Utah. Half an acre. That can't be what they're buzzing around. Is it on a watch duty yet? Or is it this ranch Wildfire? Lightning. 5 lightning fires in the Ponderosa area. No evacuations at this time. Alright, let's rewind that. Look at all the dead trees and downed woody vegetation all over the landscape. Tisk. Now I gotta admit, if this was a video game, I'd totally play this. Like, I think they should make a wildfire video game. I mean, they made a Deadliest Catch video game. Isn't that eerie? The aerosols making a rainbow color in the center of the smoke. Like there's blue smoke, white smoke, peach smoke, orange smoke, yellow smoke. And the center of it, you got the rainbow. A little bit of a red. Yikes. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could see this and just watch this live as they do all this? Be amazing. That's when the public would have maximum trust in officials. It wouldn't just be cool and neat. It would be maximum trust in officials. People would cooperate, understand what's going on. Be a hell of a lot less conspiracy stuff going around. Rumors would be quashed instantly because you could just click on the different airplanes, just click on the different dash cams of the airplanes. You can see where your tax dollars are working and see how damn dangerous this is. Okay, so hopefully the ranch and Wildfires get taken care of. Let's look back at the cow topo. All right, friends. Check some Air Force look here. Yeah, that is. Excuse me, did I say Ponderosa? Pondoza? I'm probably just hallucinating because I'm tired. Pondoza. Next to ham bone. Okay. Neat names. Wind 2. Alright, let me look back at the chat. Tire Freak says, was camping right below Lookout Mountain the night lit up? Oh god. Gotta give those helicopters and plane pilots some credit for trying to put it out that fast. Yeah. Oh, was that scary? I bet that was scary. EA says they added tutorials for emergency response vehicles and MS Flight Sim recently. Whoa. They hinted at additional content around that thing. Heck yeah. Single seat air ops video. Thanks, Serpent. Okay. Let me look back up there. Somebody says, what? You never heard of red green of poor asbestos Canada? God. Yeah. Turn off power to that room first. What? You don't like to work hot? Big dog. Yeah, okay. My My mom was dating a guy who was like, I'm a handyman, and he was an electrician. He would just rip wires out of walls and just start going at it. And I'm like, but wait, I haven't hit the breaker yet. He goes, don't hit the breaker. I need to see what I'm doing. Uh, okay. And by the way, don't do your own electrical work on old wires, especially the cloth covered wire stuff. You would not believe how much asbestos was in wiring in the past. It was this amazing fireproof thing, right? So they put it in everything. So if you're gonna ever do scrap metal, and that's one of the things that I have a huge, probably have 600 videos on how to do scrap metal stuff, everything from e-waste recycling to how to scrap a house, right? Because I'm green like that. The big nose that I have for safety and scrapping is, the deadly duo is the old TVs, the glass TVs, the vacuum tube TVs. Those flyback transformers will kill you. So you really got to know what you're doing before you do a vacuum tube TV, right? And the other deadly duo is the I had a bunch of rules like I'd say trio these days because you have to include high wattage computer power supplies. Never open those boxes, right? The other deadly duo is the microwave. Don't scrap a microwave if you don't know how to recognize a capacitor and safely discharge those. Every bit as deadly as a hand grenade. Don't assume they all have a bleeding resistor. Just don't. Okay. So don't start with those two things. Those are advanced. Other than that, don't ever strip wires that have a brass plug, like you plug things in and it's brass, right? That generally that style and that color of plug, brass plating the nickel plug, or excuse me, brass plugs. These days they're nickel plated, so they're silver. That old style generally is the cutoff date for when asbestos was allowed to be in wiring. So if you go with the gray colored modern looking stuff, that's okay. It's not worth the risk to ever wire strip just for a couple extra cents per pound, for copper. Old wiring, especially if it's kind of breaking down and leaves black residue in your hands, right? It's cloth covered old wiring. Holy God, don't do it. If it's very rubbery and springy, don't do it. That's old stuff. I did it once and this fluffy stuff just kind of flew right out of it. Especially not jumper cables that are really old. I've seen this guy on YouTube, and I've got a bunch of. I've got a specific dark playlist, which is these people probably died or may die because of what they demonstrated on YouTube, right? And this poor guy puts an old set of jumper cables in a vise and takes his razor blade and like reels it and cuts the jumper cables with his razor blade, then puts it back in the vise and he just peels it out like this. And this fluffy, feathery stuff goes into the room all around him. And my comment was, oh God, man, that was asbestos. Oh God. Oh God. So, damn. I just told people, like, you may want to change outlets. I have to tell you the safety information. Yes, it's a fire hazard if the plugs are loose in there and if there's sparks or anything like that when you plug them in. Got to get new ones. It's also a huge safety hazard. You should inspect. Just take the anytime you get to a new place, take the little outlet covers off and just take a flashlight. You do not want the wires to be plugged in from the back in those little holes. Those are starting to be banned. So it was electrical outlet. What are those called? The push through? Yeah, push in versus screw. Okay. So they were considered the bee's knees when they first came out. Back in the day, you had to wrap the wire around these little knobs that just these around the screws in order to do your outlet or your light switch, right? So it took a lot of extra time for an electrician to strip the end of the wire and take your round nose, pliers, like a needle nose plier, and then make a C hook at the end. Then you have to take a screwdriver and you have to undo the screw, stick the wire underneath, squish it down. And it'll want to kind of bounce out and everything. It's really annoying. So they came up with these things where you just pushed. There's holes in the back, spring loaded. And you just push the wire into the holes, and well, they stuck. Awesome. And you could just shove the puppy in there, right? And it's bad. This is not a good example because it didn't show what I'm talking about. Yeah. See these holes in the back. See the wire is just going into the hole. And they got this great little key, it's where do you put the white wire, where do you put the black one? And springs are grabbing it, right? What's the problem with springs? They all wear out with time. So the wires get loose, begin to arc and spark. So you should always inspect your outlets, even if you can't see the back, it's easy. Do you see wires around these little knobs, around the little screws? If you don't, then they're stuck in the back like that, and that's bad. Redo it. Just get an electrician to pull them out and just wrap. You can even use the same outlet if it's still good. Wrap it around the screws, and then you're infinitely safer. This is no longer code because they get loose over time. And you don't even have to be pulling on them from the back or anything. Just time does it. So unfortunately, this was done a lot. I mean, everybody loved this sped up construction time so much. So it's all over the place. And if you have a good home inspector and stuff, they're going to catch stuff like this. But lazy ones may not even take the outlet covers off, right? So that's another thing, is look for that. And you're going to be, doing your covers. I'm going to tell you a horror story. You want to hear a horror story? I talked this up about how it's easy if you get a little bit of electrical knowledge. Like that's a tester right there. I have one in my toolbox. I just stick it and it lights up green if there's current. And if I've cut the power, it doesn't do anything, right? So like I'm safe, I've got my tools, I got my knowledge. It's taught by actual electricians on how to do it. Blah blah blah. I know the codes, blah blah blah. However, one day I was giving advice, which you should never do without seeing somebody's kitchen, right? So I had a friend of mine. He was a stubborn guy, and I didn't ask him what his home was. I just assumed it was something fairly modern. Bad idea. I told him, hey, with just a little bit of knowledge and know-how, you can go to Home Depot or someplace or Ace, and you could get a 10-pack of these outlets, and you could fix it up yourself and make your house a lot safer. He goes, oh, really? He goes, I'm not sure I want to do it. Can you supervise me and make sure I'm doing it right? And I was like, yeah, sure. Oh my God. So Yeah, I'll never do this again. I didn't ask any questions. I should have seen the house. I looked it up eventually on RMLS, and it was, I think, 1922, something like that. Or at least that's when the last permit to work on it was made. Far East Portland, where, I don't know, East Portland is like the third world. They still have unpaved roads with giant potholes in them that children could swim in. No street lights to speak of, and yeah, East Portland is neglected. All the rich people live on the west side, right? So there's this primitive housing out there. It's very quaint and cute and everything, but I go out to his place and went, oh my God. Now, he was telling me about this big safety hazard that whenever he ran his microwave, blue sparks erupted from the kitchen wall. And I was like, oh yeah, you definitely need to change this then. So first thing I say is safety first, man. Where's your breaker? And so we go into this like primitive dungeon basement thing. And there's, rats scurrying out of the way is going down there. I'm like, starting to get a clue that the wiring problems might be a lot more serious than I expected. The whole rodents in the walls thing, they love to chew on wires. It just cuts their teeth so nice, All right, so we got to that primitive breaker, and it was just a sight to see, really. So it's one of those, you throw the switch because sometime an eon ago somebody wrote in light pencil which room was which, but it was in some sort of an elegant, like maybe they used a quill pen or something, like a readable, illegible strip. So it became one of those you yell down from the basement. No, the light's not off yet. It's not off yet. And eventually the kitchen light went off. So I walk up there and he's already getting started. And I'm not even sure that I threw the right switch, right? Because who knows if the wall is off just because the kitchen light went out. So I'm like, hey, let me go up to my toolbox. I'll get the tester. He goes, I don't got time for that. And I'm like, you don't have time to prevent a serious possible shock? Like, seriously, my truck's right out there. I'll be right back. He goes, I'm in a hurry. I got to go to work. And I'm like, never start a home improvement project in a hurry or anything like that, man. Oh God. And so this guy is super stubborn. And oh my God. So he moves aside this microwave, and the outlet cover was some sort of an antique. It was beautiful. And it had like acorn looking patterns and stuff. Probably dated to around 1917-ish, something like that. So he pulls that off, and this mess of wires like an octopus is sticking out, and it's cloth. I went, oh my God. And not only was it cloth, it was dusty. It had like giant dust bunnies the size of middle fingers in there. And then when he pulled those out, it was like pulling out soot or something. Like it got the countertop so dirty. It was just horrific. I mean, I almost puked. And then there were these giant rat turds underneath. I went, oh my God. And he goes, you got strippers? And I'm like, no, this is beyond us, dude. Cloth wiring, there's no ground. Like, it's not even legal to put these outlets in your walls. Because there's no ground, so you can't have somebody think that there's a ground when they put a grounded outlet. But you have to actually make a ground. You have to wire a ground to like get out a copper wire and like wrap it around some pipes, like some actual water pipes, to do ground. And this is beyond us. Like, I'm sorry. Let's go. Where's the receipt? Let's go return everything. And he frowns at me and he goes, that's okay that there's no ground. And I'm like, no, it's really not. It's really not. Like, please don't. So he grabs his own wire strippers out of like wire cutters with strippers on them out of his living room because I'm putting the tools away. I'm like, I'm not going to be a part of this. He starts stripping it, and I yelled, "Stop!" And then I ran outside and through the kitchen window as he continues stripping the ends. So why are you outside? I said, because all that fluffy stuff coming out of the wires is asbestos. Those aren't feathers, man. Oh my God. He didn't care. It's just some people are like that. So he's got this incredibly unsafe kitchen wiring, and I'm partially responsible for it. What can you do? I have to explain this. Like, somebody really has to know what they're doing, know the regulations, know the codes. As easy as it may be presented, on like Home Depot websites and stuff, you know what the hell you're doing. Okay. Look at our latest satellite stuff. And look at California. Look at the smoke just erupt. Look at all those little pinpoints of red and just smoke. Just so hard to tell the difference between the clouds and the smoke. But bam. Where you see the little red dots, heat, you know. Yeah, screw these monsoons, man. Sea Probe is back. Oh my God, guys, you didn't tell me to resize. I'm so sorry. How long has it been like that? Ah, all right. Hey, Sea Probe, is that you? Either that or someone just broke into my house. Ah ha 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 ha. Now that's the best one-liner of the year. He grinned and he goes, "I'm a burglar. I'm a cat burglar." Wow. He wins the prize of today. Wins the prize. Oh, really? EA end-to-end rainbow visible in the last couple of minutes on the BD Butte cam. Is that California? Which cam? Ah, like we don't like it. Ah, do we have ice cream? Maybe that'll help my throat. Sea Probe. Sea Probe. Sea Probe. Do we have ice cream? What? Do we have ice cream? See the plate? See the plate? See the plate? My throat. Okay. See the plate. Also known as Gimme. Okay. Yeah, the silent birds. People wonder why I look so youthful. I have to fake my own death every so often. Every couple hundred years. Okay. Do we have any new fires? Just say no, please. Look at the smoke coming off the flat. That's something we haven't heard about in a while. Maybe it's a little bit. No, it's coming from right here. I don't know. The winds are erratic. Different elevations. It's got to be a small craft advisory. Oh, look at the world. Look at the world. chaos. All right, friends. Yeah, give me. Well, Deathball, it still has no joy. Smith Ridge don't have any joy either. Did briefly, but so we're just gonna have to wait for some updates. We don't have any community meetings today. They'll just get around to it. We're not at the point where they give an update every night like they do every morning. It's good. I mean, those are usually from like mega fires. Okay, so which California cam has got the beauty? What's it called? You have ice cream? Good. BT. BT. No matches. Lies. BT Butte. Anthony Peak. What the hell is that? Yuck. Oh God. Look at all this. Jesus. That's awful. So that's the one by Covello. Covello. Okay. Which one's it supposed to be? Ah, like just north of it. The Big John. Oh God, look at all those dead trees. Anthony Peak. Dear Lord. Half those trees look dead. 3-hour time lapse. Ah. That just grows tremendously. I'll allow it. He's reporting the ice cream became a rock solid lump in there. It needs some thaw time. Oven lid. Oh my God. Yeah, this sucks. Not only do we need to ban open flame, we need to ban lightning too. There we go. Dead trees all over the landscape. Okay. Elk Creek. Let's just take a survey of hell. We need some ominous, like Inception style music. Verm. Ugh. Okay, sorry. Where was our rainbow? I'm gonna need some rainbow. BD. Oh, it's Oregon. Oregon. Really? BD. I surveyed that earlier. I didn't see it. Rainbow. Oh, I didn't realize it was a rotator. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, see there's some real liquid there. Yeah. That's very nice. Thanks for the tip. All right, let's go back to California and hell. Meanwhile, okay, our lives would be easier if they would just sort of say which fire we're looking at after a bit. Oh God, look at all the dead trees in the landscape. I'm gonna be ill. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, a 6 hour was a terrible idea. We're gonna do a 1 hour. Oh, I'm gonna puke. Oh, oh God. In these wide open spaces, though, aircraft could do a lot of work. Just play it. Damn. So the further out we zoom, the more of these cameras. All Mountain Butte. Yeah. Sierras, no. No, 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 no. You're not allowed. Not this one. Cohasset Hill, no. No. Not Bald Mountain Butte, no. Crap. Okay. Yeah, you stay little like that. You just hold on. Jeez. Con cow's looking all right. Oregon Peak. Auburn is looking all right. Sierra Beach 2 is not. Where the hell is that? By Downeyville, just northeast of Downeyville. It's looking to the northwest. Oh God. Okay, sorry. I regret it. 1 hour time lapse. At least this one got a little bit of rain, it looks like. That's why some of these are probably smoking so good. Now, think about heavy smoke when a wildfire first starts out. Sometimes that's because it's got rain on it, right? There's a little helicopter over there. Unfortunately, since it's not much rain, the day's heat will just kind of poof up that moisture, but it buys them a small amount of time. Jacob's Ladder and Jarbo Gap, those cameras have seen hideous loss of life. Yankee Hill. Scrolling. Man, it's the day that red flag days, the days that webcam becomes doom scrolling. Doom scrolling is a slang for when somebody, it's like train wrecks, you can't look away. Or a car accident as you're going by it, you gotta look at it. So if you're on your phone and you get stuck on Twitter, like a disaster kind of feed, and there's another disaster and there's another shocking thing to look at, especially late at night, you just realize hours have gone by and now you can't possibly sleep because you've seen all this horror. It's called doom scrolling. Doom, doom, doom. And usually Usually looking at webcams online is a peaceful activity, especially in the nature. See, that's sort of pretty. Oh god, no, it's a fire. No, it's not. Ugh. Dang. So that's by Whiskey Town. Okay, what's going on by Whiskey Town? Which one is that? I don't see one. Is it just zoomed in really tight on the deep fire? Yeah, okay, yeah. High growth potential. Please don't be in the car fire burn scar. Oh god, is it? Okay, we gotta check Caltopo. That's gonna be one of the worst scenarios is car fire number 2. Alright, so now we turn on fire history. Wait. Wait. Disoriented. Where the hell is Lake Shasta? Oh yeah, that's way up there by Wairika. Okay, here. History. Okay, it's not. Car fire burns cars a little bit to the east. Okay. Slight sigh of relief there. Slight. Look back at the chat. The car fire burn scars have just massive explosion potential because enviro nuts, meaning environmental extremists. I mean, hell, I'm an environmentalist. I'm not an extremist. I got my head screwed on tight. But enviro nuts who just hate loggers in general with a passion, like with a mindless passion. They always file lawsuits and make up BS to try to prevent salvage logging. They spread rumors like it makes logging companies rich, and then other stupid rumors like, oh yeah, loggers run out and start arson fires because then that means they can harvest all these logs otherwise wouldn't be available to them. No, they don't. No, they don't. Salvage logging salvages the situation. You have to get dead trees off the landscape, otherwise it takes an average of 3, 4, maybe 5 years for brush to grow up at the base of these standing dead trees, and they've been drying out for 5 years. Then you get a mega fire that's worse than the first one. In the first fire, just the limbs burn off trees and stuff on the ground. But then you get the trunks of the trees, which is a bigger fuel source, way bigger. Can you imagine the BTUs and the heat coming off of that? So they successfully stopped salvage logging, which is, even if the entire world's loggers went to work at it, they probably couldn't do the job and get it complete by the time 3 to 5 years goes by and the brush grows back, ready to start the worst fire, next one. We learned this from the 1933 Tillamook fire, the Tillamook burn fire, the same one that inspired the Bambi fire scene. Every 3 years, there's another Tillamook burn fire west of Portland. It's called the 3-year jinx. And so we learned the lesson even back then. But they come up with these dumb excuses like, oh, the tractors, the wheels might crush some like flowers trying to grow back. Oh, what the hell ever. That does not matter. First of all, a mega fire will burn up all the seeds. Like it'll be sterile for a couple of years. Like there's nothing going to grow back. Usually it's just invasive weeds anyway that try to do that first. If you don't get the standing dead trees off the landscape, then later, when the worst fire comes, all those plants are toast. Absolutely toast. So the first car fire was mostly living trees and got so bad with the amount of heat updrafts that it spawned fire tornadoes. And for the first time on record, fire tornadoes took out neighborhoods and killed people within the homes. They traced the path of it. They gave it an F rating. So you can imagine it was a gigantically huge burn scar area. It erased towns, like the old town of Shasta, not the lake. The town of Shasta, the historical gold rush town, basically got obliterated. The museum of Whiskey Town, which is underneath the lake now, got obliterated. Yeah, 5 tornadoes, true tornadoes that moved 75 plus mile an hour winds. I don't know what F rating they had. I think it was 2. Just horrific. One of the worst fires California's ever had. Started by a vehicle that was on fire, pulled over the side of the road, went into the vegetation during high winds. Now, every time I've ever gone back to Oregon or down to California on I-5, you just see it out the window that there's just this everywhere. Everywhere, but bigger, more substantial trees. Visible from I-5, stuff like that. And the brush starting to build up at the base. So I keep talking to people around Shasta, like John Bruno, retired Shasta fire captain and chief. He had both designations. Here it was while it was burning, Whiskey Town Lake. It's just one of those mega fires you had to get out of the way. And this what it looks like. Everywhere. So there's no use replanting anything. You have to get this stuff off the landscape. The Dixie Fire got really bad because it ran into burn scars like the Moonlight Fire burn scar of 2007. They still had giant old growth logs on the landscape, but they were unable to completely salvage log. So whenever the forest starts to try to grow back, right? Say there's 5 years of baby trees or whatever people planted whenever trying to grow back underneath this giant fuel source, right? Well, they're going to be eliminated with the next burn. Like the Biscuit Fire 2002, the forest is just trying to grow back now, but the flat fire is running over its burn scar. So the reset button, they have to start over. So they make the really dumb argument that, oh, the first year or two of salvage logging, and it can only really go on for a couple of years, then the wood rots, and it's not good for lumber anymore. So you can't make any money. There's usually no budget to continue it, even though you need it for the ecological recovery. Nature needs this to happen. She's counting on us to do this. We humans screwed up the landscape. We got this climate situation here. So she's counting on us to undo some of our damage. Now, when we don't, we're just setting her up for another disaster, a worse one. So it's about time. It's about ripe for it. Dead trees, how California mega drought turned creek fire into inferno. Well, same thing of, well, not salvage logging. It's funny. Environuts will say the dead trees that the beetles killed and the global warming is such a fire hazard, but then they'll leave stuff like that on the landscape and say it has to be there. It's a cognitive dissonance. Look up that word. It's where what you're saying and what you're thinking doesn't make sense because you contradict yourself. If you think that this is bad, like, does this look very flammable? You're right. But that's basically what the Firebird's car looks like. Okay, I'm going to switch gears. We can't be doom all the time, right? But this is what our landscapes look like. This is why these fires are bad. If you see the bedrock, for example, the bedrock's own page shows a bunch of dead trees in the landscape. That's not the worst one. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Some of the official press releases show the landscape, but it's just dead freaking trees everywhere. Let's see, where is it? Okay, what's funny in the background why I was smiling there? See this? Dead trees everywhere. See why the bedrock's so hard to control here? Okay, C-Probe doesn't realize that he's shouting. He came over to use my internet again. Okay, I have a noise canceling mic, so you can't hear him. He was just yelling into the phone, "Agent! Agent!" He was navigating a phone tree. Hang on a second, let's go look. What's this? You got what? See, Probe. I asked him what he's talking about. He just put his hand up, like, "Shut up! I'm on the phone." I'm streaming, Probe. What do you mean, shut up? I'm on the phone. Shut up! I'm streaming. Okay, he's got noise canceling ear pods in, and I don't know what numbers he's repeating, but maybe I should talk over it because I don't know if that's his credit card number or what. He's like trying to do a return. Okay. All right. We're gonna have a talk later. I need my own studio. All right. What were we talking about? I'm looking for the dead tree pics. Whoa, that's a neat one. Whoa. Eerie. All right. Masticator. Woo. See what I'm saying? Those trees didn't just die in the fire. They've been like that. This is the Willamette National Forest. So if you're wondering why the bedrock, for example, has been so difficult to control, well, dead trees all over the place. That's a good example of a hand mine. They raked, literally, the vegetation away, and the dead stuff on either side snaked up some hose. And that's how you prevent wildfires from spreading. That's it. That's a hand mine. Pretty brutal, back-breaking labor in the hot sun, and the heat, and the smoke. They work miracles, man. They are heroes. All right, back to Watch Duty French. All right. Message deleted. That's okay to say God bless you all. That's totally fine. The thing that's not okay. Thank you so much for the melted ice cream. He forgot about me again. What's not okay is to push religion, or like scold anybody for not believing, or telling people to believe, that sort of thing. Like no pressure on anybody, but we're going to need all the divine intervention we can help, we can get. So like saying prayers sent, or praying, or well wishes, or I'll keep you in my thoughts and prayers, or bless you all. That's fine. Big Dog says the latest death toll in Maui is 101. It's, yeah, maybe worse. You're right, Big Dog. The Tillamook burned 3 more times in the same burn scar. Right. Witchy says car fire was a horrible situation. I met a guy who lost his wife and grandkids in the firenado. Yeah, took out his whole neighborhood. I just can't imagine what he went through. He took his pickup and went into the burning neighborhood. Knew they were home. Got near the end of the driveway and saw a fire tornado take out the home while they were looking at him from the windows of the living room. Big Dog says the fire tornado was 3/4 of a mile wide. Yeah. Cheryl says people being evacuated from approaching wildfire in Hay River. Where's that? Please state like where the heck this is. Bugs Bunny says Google State of Oregon fires dashboard, and the link is hideously long. Yeah. Government agencies don't. Oh, thank God. Don't realize that they should use small links. He's still on the phone. Bug says, have you noticed the State of Oregon Fire Dashboard site? It's multiple useful tabs. Is it this one? I have a million tabs, but boy, do I have useful tabs. Not that one. Not that one. It's kind of the same. Yeah, those are the same. Got that one. Got that one. That one. Oregon State Fire Marshal. See, this is why we have to do this and have our stream, because it's not all one-stop shopping in the same place. Some things are on InstaWeb, some things aren't. Some things are on Zonehaven, some things are on the other one. Some things are Code Red, some things are Everbridge, Eventbrite, whatever that is. Some things are county websites, some things are sheriff's offices. Sometimes it's Facebook, sometimes it's Twitter. And sometimes it's the Forest Service on Facebook, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's CAL FIRE, sometimes not. So you can't just bookmark one damn thing. Yeah, here it is. Bedrock fire, the whole bunch of dead trees already on the landscape. It's like being the car mechanic. Now there's your problem. Closings. There are 3 active closings of what? Cooling shelters. Closing of what? Schools. You should say the word school. That was the 14th. So, okay, sorry, we were doing something. Oh yeah, here's Everbridge. Now this one is pathetic because I've refreshed it and everything. It's just showing the level 1 stuff. Like, would you please show the level 3? Did somebody not put that up there? So There's more than one evacuation map for all these situations. Great. One of them vastly inaccurate. Wildly so. Here's Lynn County, the Sheriff's Office. Lynn County wildfire map. It's different from the Lane County one. It's making me car sick as well. Whoa, that was a weird zoom. Ah. Okay, alert one. Okay, I've got that one. That one. Got that one. One. That one. That one. That one. Oh, I've got tabs, man. That. We got lasers. Yeah, this is throughout the experimental forest. The bad thing about the experimental forest is you kind of have to have one to study it. I think we already know what happens after fire. That's kind of been a no-brainer for a long time. But, we'll look at that later. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Maui stuff. Maui stuff. Top of my radar. URL shorteners. My awesome story. I did have that map up, Bugs. I swear I did. I accidentally close it. Oregon, wildfire.oregon.gov. Is it this one? State of Oregon. Let's turn off the ad blocker. That'd be a grand idea.
View full screen.
No, whatever. No, not the voice options. Okay. Let's turn off the ad blocker. Let's allow them cookies. Oregon Wildfire Response Recovery. Is it this one, Bugs? Explore the dashboard. No. This one? Is this the chaos map? All right, let me look back at chat. C-Probe says Ars Technical had an article how a SpaceX launch photo was used to assert a space laser, and Catherine called it first. Yes, I did. Put another feather in my cap. I'm a good myth buster. Hello, D23. Cad Coin Hunter says, I'm in Calgary. No fires are super close to me. Few. You better knock on wood, son. Don't bring it down upon us. Hey, Rivers in Canada. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Bug says, yes, hit the full screen button. Okay. Duke Lop now says, my mom texted yesterday. It was 101 degrees in Salem. Could be 108 today. I'll have to ask my mom what temperature it is in Salem. Smoky as heck. Okay. Now let's go back up. Yeah, we don't, this is a supportive site. Funny thing about people is, when people like start out a sentence that says there's two types of people in this world, and usually you roll your eyes like, what the hell's going to come next? I'm dead serious though. When it comes to belief, a lot of atheists will say like, I am superior and more rational to the people who believe in stuff that has no evidence. Fairy tales, religions, fairy tales, blah, 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 right? Well, it is a fact. Everyone believes. Everyone who is not, blowing their heads off or ending it, right? Everybody who's on the level, who's surviving, right? You have to psychologically believe in something that comforts you, fundamentally. So, two types of people in this world. People that are comforted by the idea that there is a greater power and who's in control. If that's a comforting notion to you, you tend to have a propensity to believe, or at least hope, that that's the case. Others, that idea is the opposite of comfort. It's quieting. It's disturbing. It's maybe scary. Somebody greater than you, maybe judging you. So depending on whichever one gives you most psychological comfort. Whichever one gives you what you need to believe to get yourself through the day and not end it all in despair, right? Or walk around in a non-functional state of despair. That's what you're going to believe. It's not what's rational or not. It's which one gets you through your day. The vast majority of people need to lie to themselves every single day to get through their day. Whether or not it's, we kind of wake up and we don't think I could possibly die today, right? We don't conduct ourselves every day like this could be the last day of our lives, but that is the reality. We'd rather not think about it. We'd rather push that aside and pretend like that's never going to happen, right? Hey, Terry, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's probably in the middle of the night for you, right? Do come back and see us. I'm so glad you're here. So, see if we have any more cams. I don't think that wind is pushing it like we wanted. Oh, we got a little bit. We got a little bit of a view. This is a little bit soothing on the throat. Rocky Road. Even if it's melted, I think Sea Probe's off his call now. Anyway, so as people get different life experiences, they need different things that comfort them. A person can go from being atheist to believer, believer to atheist, or anywhere in between, or switch their belief system or whatnot. It's pretty rare, but if a life event is major, that's one of the big catalysts for such a thing. Whatever you need to believe to get you through your day that feels comfortable. It's all emotional. Logic doesn't have a lot to do with it. Since the supernatural is out of the realm of what you can test anyway, then it isn't logical for people to say, well, you shouldn't believe in something because X, Y, or Z. Well, you can't disprove it, so what the hell are you talking about? That's why we shouldn't be jerks to each other. We are all believing whatever we need to believe to get ourselves through the day. We are all going to die, and it may just be pretty dang horrible. We are all going to suffer until the day we do. This is the plane of suffering. I find it, let's say, illogical that we give each other any extra suffering. We are, by nature, a cooperative social species. In fact, we are super social. That has been our success story. Humans alone do not make it. And giving each other support has been part of our species' success. So logically, I want to perpetuate that. Capiche? We win by fighting together, supporting each other. When one of us stumbles, the others pick them up. Could any of us fight any of these wildfires by ourselves? Or does it take cooperation and support? Let's look back at some camps. Now, hopefully Watch Duty, you know what? Watch Duty will have a lot more updates for the California stuff, just because it's where it originates, right? Oh. This slide fire, excuse me, guys. We don't have too much info about. This is a picture from an hour ago. 110. 5 hour ago update. It's Hopinville, more the pilot one here. 1 hour ago. Radio traffic indicates the 3-1 fire jumped containment lines and is now 15 to 20 acres. Additional fires in the area are reportedly having containment issues as well. Yeah, that's. Look at the column bending over. That's some high winds. Started out vertical. Now it's bending over. Yeah. Maybe this has something to do with it. You know, the mega winds. It's monsoonal stuff. Whoa. Pretty sure the ocean's not on fire. We have a failure on the internets here. Okay, that's the day that it's scary, when the ocean's on fire. Ah, there we go. Just had to zoom. Look at this. It's a mix. Excuse me. Yeah. It's a mixture of smoke and cloud. Sort of spontaneously appears. All right. All right, let's look back at the chat. Chris says, hey, are you monitoring the North Cal? Oh, you read my mind. Yeah. There just hasn't been a lot to look at except for airplanes and the occasional camera. Though it's here for the power of sodium nitrate. Oh my God. Oh. Bunny says you have a religious experience that makes a believer out of you. Exactly. It's life events. Big Dog says the winds are calm at the moment. Where? And what altitude? Did I ever listen to somebody? Let me see here. Oh, David Trifecta says, did you ever used to listen to Bill Wattenberg on the radio? Tingling rings a bell. Who is that person? Yeah, Wolfman Jack, dude. I liked Casey Kasem, man. When I found out he was Shaggy, I was like, no way. Polar vortex. So the flames are fierce, your resilience is even stronger. Belief is the most powerful metal of them all. Stranger Evans says, that's why I'm a hippie minister. I'd rather help people than preach at them. Yeah. There you go. Angelina Afrenza says, I became an atheist at 60. Yeah. Duke Glopnaus is watching the lookout fire close. The thing is, we all deserve respect and support. Right? Like, all you have to do is pass the test. Do you classify yourself as human? And unless somebody says negative, I'm a meat popsicle, then they deserve support. Duke Lopnow says, watching Lookout Fire close. My grandpa had a cabin on Horse Creek near the McKenzie. Real beautiful covered wood bridge. We used to get there. Oh, is the cabin still standing? That's kind of a cool thing. My friend had a rural rustic cabin at Brighton Bush, and right before we were going to vacation there, because of the COVID lockdown things, that's when Brighton Bush burned down. William says the I-Man checked out a couple of years ago. Oh, he was outrageously entertaining and often spot on. Yeah, I wish I could be like George Carlin or Mark Twain or something, and then people would listen to me because they'd laugh. You know? My stepfather listened to Imus, and I had enough of that cup of tea. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. It was very much a guy, Joe. Um, and oh my God, Howard Stern, oh God. Yeah, it's a guy thing. It's a guy thing. Um, I hated talk radio in that era. I would be in various family members' cars and forced to listen to it. I'd be stuck listening to Rush Limbaugh in some cars. I'd be stuck listening to Imus and the other ones, Howard Stern and others, and I wanted to chew off one of my own limbs to escape that trap, you know? Dear God. It's because I knew too much and I could call all of them out on their BS. Because I'm a walking encyclopedia for everything except cars and math and sports. But none of these people write their own stuff. You have to realize they have a writing team. And so they have this weird audience. And so they write every day what will appeal to that audience and not their own opinions and not what is the truth and what is facts. So they are personalities, and it's not the real them who is speaking on the radio. Even me, I'm in my alter ego right now. Like in entertainment mode at a party, I'll be the same kind of person. Christopher the Trail says, I'm trying to listen to Cal Fire on the scanner, but I have to be in a weird stage mode, presenter kind of mode, trying to be somewhat entertaining, trying to be somewhat soothing mode that I'm not always in. Like, unless I'm really mad or something, I'm kind of like the quiet person reading a book. But my alter ego isn't like doesn't have stage fright, right? I do. I'm shy. I gulp and I take a deep breath and I approach people at the grocery store like old timers and try to meekly, timidly say, "Could I interview you for, you know, a video project at school?" Some people think it's really weird. Some people think it's really cool. But my heart's racing a million miles an hour. Like, I get social anxiety if I'm stopped in the grocery store and somebody says, "Hey, Catherine, remember me?" Oh God, please say your own name. I just the whole ambush aspect of it. I will forget people I've known for years. Like their name just doesn't come to me. I'll just hi there. Oh God, the adrenaline's already surging, and that means your intelligence and your memory is turned off. So I can't remember their name at that point because the adrenaline's already there. And because I've already realized the adrenaline's there, there's more of it, and it's a hopeless loop. But I could get up and talk to 30,000 people at a time if a town's burning down and like tell them where to go. If I get passionate about something and start telling people what you've got to do, how things need to change. I get that bravery because I forget that I exist. I'm just channeling the message. I'm just thinking about it. I'm totally subconscious when I'm looking at the computer a lot. Like later I realized, did I eat a hamburger with the microphone down? Like was like the whole day, and was I like chewing a little bit and starting to speak before I completely swallowed. Was I talking with my mouth full again? Oh my God. Did I actually blow my nose without the mute button? Later, I'm scared. I'm like, oh God, maybe I should delete that video. Hey guys, you can see a little bit of smoke here. Ooh, through the smoke, I mean, okay. Well, that sucks though, because we don't want the wind to pick up right now and blow the smoke away because aircraft can't fly at night. We want it to stay. Right now, it's okay to be smoky as hell. If there's enough wind to blow the smoke away tonight, we don't want that. Oh, William says, yeah, Don Imus shows aimed at men and often had overtones of testosterone-filled locker room. Yeah, that was when I really started understanding locker room talk, and I was just shocked that those thoughts even went through the heads of men. That was when the real whoa happened to me. You know, the real, like, men are a different species kind of a moment. Knowing that it's really not that serious is great. But these thoughts would never cross our minds in the first place, so it's kind of a whoa. Bug says I had the same trauma as a child. Catherine said it was country music and the musicals that made me want to kill us. Okay, I can't even say that word even flippantly because the YouTube rules are a little bit overzealous with you can't mention certain topics or you get a weird, strange label on your video that talks about the SH. I'll just say SH. It's not a bad word, but you get that label, and all of a sudden, half the people in the world can't see your video, and you can't have advertisements or something as if you're encouraging SH, and that's the last thing I'd ever want to do. To me, I think we should talk about any kind of depression and mental health topics. We need to discuss this as a society. We should not make it taboo. I don't know how people are supposed to talk about PTSD without talking about the darkest thoughts that come with it. However, if you say those certain key words, you get treated as if you're one of those channels that encourages the depressed Japanese to go out to that certain forest, which is despicable and disgusting. So this sucks. You know, I really think we should be able to talk about this kind of stuff, and when it's appropriate, like, and not for the entire duration of a show, because those are super depressive overtones, right? However, you know, November 6th golf, Mike Lehman, and let's lighten the mood right now. Let's get some dark, twisted, like European British humor. Let's inject that stuff, like, because this is one of the roughest days, man. At least it's the end of one of the roughest days. We're getting towards sunset. That'll occur at 8:19 p.m. Right? I don't know what else to look at. Let's look at the flat fire. Let's just refresh their Facebook pages and stuff. Oh, we do have an update. For Lookout Fire, OSFM structure resources work throughout the community, assessing the properties in the evacuation zones to make strategic plans for securing the homes. That is way too thick. If I was a homeowner and I had those trees looming over my property, I would just kind of assume it's going to go down. Especially all those big, huge dead limbs and half-dying trees. probably being attacked by beetles and stuff. Trees do not thrive when they're that close together. They need to spread out their branches to get maximum photosynthesis here. They need to not be touching each other, not competing for the same water. Just let trees be trees. Have 10 to 20 feet at least apart from each trunk distance. Sacrifice the weakest for the strongest and let them spread out. Let them grow up strong instead of this half-weakened state. That people shouldn't look at this and think, oh, that's great. You shouldn't have trees living over your house that could be on fire and fall over on your house. They won't try to defend your place. Look at that dead one. Dang. Dang. That's the way my brother's house was lost in paradise. He had a defensible space, except the backside of the property had a little bit of a hill. And so there was a bunch of pine and fir trees up on that hill, one of which, well, all of which caught fire, and one of which fell over and squashed the house. And the conspiracy theorist used a picture of his boat. It had a big round chunk missing in it, like a shark had taken a bite out of it, like a big round circular chunk, and used it as like a laser theory thing or plasma welder, whatever weapon, right? And I said, guys, that's where the tree fell on the house and on the boat, and they removed the tree as part of the cleanup. And that's a tree trunk-sized circular chunk missing. That is one ugly footprint. It breached right there, that little tiny spot. But you know, I don't know that could have been something that could have held. They just didn't have enough time, enough resources, enough pre-made roads. This is nightmare terrain. Absolute nightmare terrain to work with. I do think it was a serious mistake, though, to not be a little bit more real with the public and get the evacuation started a lot sooner. Here's a fire line. Now, see these two trees growing apart from each other? That's good. It looks a lot better. These will be nice, strong, healthy ones. So long as these little youngsters don't creep up on them, and too many of them are over there. Remember, when you have good trees on their way to becoming old growth or old growth, the younger trees growing at the base are not their friends. They're not their family. They're not their advocates. They're not their ally. They are their assassins. Get rid of them. Only when one of these guys goes down, for some natural meaning or whatever, should you want babies to take their place. Until then, it's just brush. Trying to steal some of their water. Trying to grow up, and it's the ladder fuels. These little ones don't have the fire protection. Their bark isn't thick enough. Trunks aren't round enough and big enough yet. And just stealing the water from the big ones. And they're going to be on fire. And the fire's going to climb to the big ones. They're not their friends. There's a bunch of tree worshipping hogwash that's out there that trees talk to each other and stuff like that. It's not true. One big eye rolling, oh my God, can't believe people are this gullible kind of a thing. It's okay to have a nature worshipping type religion thing, but it's not right to believe in complete nonsense, right? Trees do not feel pain. There's no reason for them to have a nervous system that feels pain. In fact, it takes a brain to interpret pain. Part of the brain interprets pain signals. If those pain signals can't reach the brain, they don't exist. So paraplegic, paralyzed from the waist down, stab him in the side, doesn't feel anything. The brain is disconnected. It's not feeling anything. So there's no brain, so there's no pain. Besides, pain is a mechanism that nature gives to creatures that can run away. That's the whole point of pain, is to avoid, learn what to avoid. And to teach creatures to stop hurting themselves. Unfortunately, there are some human beings who are born without the ability to feel pain, and it's a terrible curse. Usually by the age of 2, they are blind because they stick their fingers in their eyes, kind of just trying to get dust and stuff out of their eyes, and they blind themselves that way. Usually they chew off their own tongues as babies because they just chew on it like bubblegum. Can't teach them not to. So children that can't feel pain, just you'll see them crawling around on the floor with their arms backwards the wrong way because they broke their arm, fell on it, and they're just still walking around on it. It's pretty horrendous. So the point is that pain is very functional for creatures that can move. It teaches them to not injure themselves and to avoid pain and to run away from anything else that's causing it. Now, the weird thing about pain is that it takes extra processing power of the brain to interpret it. So touch is interpreted first. It works faster. And brain comes next. So you can touch a hot burner and feel the touch on the stove, and then it's like a split second later, then you feel it's hot. Ouch. So some creatures like fish and crabs, if they feel pain, it's already too late and they're dead, right? Whatever is there crept up on them. So a lot of creatures have a hypersensitive sense of touch, like fish in their lateral line, and they detect movement in water and such. And that sense of touch makes them move away from predators faster than if they relied on pain, right? But whether or not it's hypersensitive touch or pain, it is only granted to creatures that can actually move and avoid it. That would be nature. Nature would be incredibly cruel. It gave pain sensitivity to trees. So that's just mythical, and it serves people who believe that. They actually cry when they see a chainsaw in operation, thinking the tree's in pain. You're just torturing yourself with nonsense. You can give that up. It's okay. There's even a band called the Screaming Trees because there's these old 1970s myths that trees scream when they get cut down, and there's a secret language of trees and certain frequencies that humans can't hear. It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. That's kind of beautiful. But the point is about this babble is that trees don't communicate with each other. They don't. There's a bunch of studies and stuff that came out. I was talking about how a tree may drop some babies on the ground, some little seedlings and whatnot. And at one point, in order to make the seedlings grow, the mother, quote, mother tree, they don't really have a sex, right, will cut off its own life force, like it'll stop getting nutrients for itself and water for itself to let the next generation go and live, like it's sacrificial, like it's making a choice. And this is like highly educated people with degrees are pushing this ridiculous narrative. And in reality, what's happening is fungus is in control. We're now starting to learn that fungus can take control of the minds of creatures, and that's what the basis of that smash hit. What was that show? Where the fungus take over people and turn them into zombies. And my boyfriend's the star of that one. Pedro Pascal. He's my boyfriend. He just doesn't know it yet. What's that one called? Jeez. That's beautiful and ugly at the same time. California's West Peak 2 cam. I was hoping that these storms would kind of rain these out. A lot of dead trees in the landscape in the foreground here too. Let's rewind this a bit. Let's go 3 hours. Yeah, dead trees up in there. The fungus are using trees like a farm. There's a lot of parasites now that are known to take control of their victims, like mind control, and make them go out and kind of commit suicide because they're mindless zombies, right? So they took this and ran with it for like a human kind of a thing. So what these fungus are doing is underground they have a giant network, and if these trees are like, they're like pimping out the trees, literally. Like these trees are their slaves. They're their B words, beep. And when they stop producing for the fungus is leeching off of them. They get the axe. They go to the glue factory. Fungus cuts off the nutrients. Says that's fine. You could be replaced, chickie baby. The trees are helpless victims of the fungus. You can put this really weird romantic spin on it if you want, but the reality is like really brutal and horrible. And we're just starting to learn about the world of fungus and the microscopic world and how messed up it is. But it's terrifying, scary. What's a lovely idea, Major? If you admit you've been gullible. I mean, yeah, as a kid, I was, all that stuff was pumped towards me. I actually had a medical doctor tell me that trees felt pain. I mean, seriously, he had a medical degree. Maybe he should have handed that over. Now, this is the thing. I love trees. I have mystical experiences with them. On my birthday, I try to go find big trees. The trees of mystery in the redwoods in Northern California. One of my first memories, one of my greatest memories. My grandmother and my great grandmother went there, and I was a little kid. And to me, they are like nature's cathedrals. I look at them like perhaps like a Native American type does. I'm fascinated by druids and my Celtic ancestry, sacred groves, all the oaks. However, I'm practical too, and when I used to cry over every single one, I was a miserable person. You have to realize that in nature, not all the young are supposed to survive. They're not supposed to. Like the sea turtle lays many dozens of eggs, and then they all run for the ocean. But a lot of their purpose is to be food for the seagulls, the sharks, the blah blah blah. Right? That is the purpose of a lot of the younger generations. So you have to sacrifice many of them to save the older ones, to have some that live to be big and old and majestic, right? But remember, nature is not romantic. We are. It's one of the ways that we deal with the harshness of the world. It's a coping mechanism. All belief systems are coping mechanisms for something that can't be tolerated, and that is the world of the plane of suffering. So what allows a person to drop a belief? The thing is, you can be rational all day and somebody won't drop a belief, right? Because they are clinging to it because it is how they're coping. The only way that you can get a person to drop a silly belief, one that can be disproven, right? Like you can't prove a tree doesn't have a soul. So I'm not going to tell anybody that there's no tree spirits, that dryads are fake, that there's no collective tree spirit, right? It's part of many religious beliefs. I'm not going to tell anybody that. I am going to say that it can't feel pain because it doesn't have a brain, and that's just that, right? It doesn't make any sense. Nature doesn't try to be cruel, it just tries to make everything survive. That's all nature's goal is, survive. There's only one law in nature, survive. That's it. Is not thinking of anything else. So if you want to pry somebody away from a emotional belief, conspiracy theorists, for example, you can tell them all day and night that there's no space lasers or evil shadow governments starting these city erasing fires. You can tell them that all day and night, but it's an emotional coping mechanism that they have where they're so scared of the situation, and they have to believe that somebody's in control somewhere. The only thing scarier than a shadow government is nobody being in control. It's terrifying. The same thing that turns people to religion and belief in a higher power is the exact same thing that drives somebody to thinking that there's got to be an evil force out there, an evil, worldwide, unimaginably powerful, beyond our comprehension in technology or whatever force, malignant force. The same conclusion that a lot of people come to when they want to believe that God is good and only good. If God is good and only good, why does bad stuff like this happen? It's got to be a devil or something out there, or a opposing force. So if somebody's in control, that's one way to look at it, that there's a big evil presence in the world, right? Or a counterbalancing force that's in opposition to good, right? Depending on your philosophy. Now, the other way to look at it is blame the victims. The victims deserved it. That's really awful. People come in the chat, I instantly ban them and saying, your sins caused the blah, blah, blah. Okay, you're out of here. Because that's the medieval way of thinking, even beyond medieval. Blame the victims because God's responsible. Well, that only makes God a jerk, really, so don't. I think that that's an insult to God, and these people are going to find out in the afterlife that they did very wrong by blaming the victims and sneering at them. This earthquake happened because you didn't worship God right, or because you're Muslims or whatever in Syria. Okay, you're out of here. And they always say it was a city of sin that got hit by an earthquake. In reality, it's building codes and plate tectonics. There's plenty of cities of sin like Las Vegas, but you don't see any earthquakes there. But an earthquake sinks the town of, Port Royal, Jamaica. And it was a city of sin, right? This is that medieval stupid thinking and blaming God for all these disasters. And God's probably just shaking his head going, guys, you built that in a really unstable area that you should maybe don't. There's ancient wisdom stuff in the Bible, like don't build your house upon sand is a pretty dang good practical piece of advice. It's not just spiritual advice, it's pretty dang practical. There's a reason why the Temple Mount in Jerusalem has gigantic blocks at the base. The larger your blocks are, the more earthquake proof. If your foundation's not earthquake proof, it doesn't matter what you put on the top. And the ancient people learned this. They learned this by making a lot of architectural mistakes, and so they finally said, well, you know what? Spare no expense. Gigantic blocks at the base it is. The buildings were a lot easier to replace than, say, gigantic foundations, and like the Western Wall was never torn down by the Romans because it's a retaining wall. You're going to lose the stability of the entire hill/mountain if you take that thing down, so they left it alone. They're good at architecture. And the point is, if somebody has a type of fear where they need the belief system where there's got to be somebody in control. And bad things happen because whoever's in control is evil. Then they will cling to the conspiracy. It's not a logical thing, so logic can't dissuade them. So, what do you do if you want to teach them how to survive? Because you can't defend yourself against space lasers or angry gods, right? You just sit there and be a helpless victim, and right? If that's the truth, right? Well, you can try to give them as much power as you can. If you educate people and say you really can save yourself in a lot of these situations, you can save your own property, you can save your own buildings. Jesus, looks ugly. Bunch grass lookout one. Where's this at? Bernie. Oh, east of Shasta. Okay. Man, California. You got your work cut out for you tomorrow. I hope California will get some of the nighttime copters and stuff going. But you see, I ramble a lot, but I come around full circle to the point. Do you want to be influential and effective at what you do? And I do. So I learn and try to figure this out. Same thing for the people who refuse to evacuate and refuse. They seem to not feel any fear in the face of a gigantic megafire coming right towards them. It's because they're overwhelmed by it, so they just turned off. And they just say, that ain't going to get me. I've been through worse things like World War II. You get that kind of weird old man's logic, right? Strangely beautiful. This cam is Southworks too. So the way you break that is you say, here are your options. You actually have a lot of say in your own fate here. The fate of your loved ones and the fate of your property and the things you own and your landscape and your community. Here's how. And this is what the near future looks like in the best case, worst case, middle ground scenario. And less people feel like they have no power whatsoever, then the less that they need to feel like they have to surrender. It's out of my hands and I might as well go drink. You know, I might as well go play that video game and watch the game. Right? Less built up anger they have inside, less likely they are to pull weapons on firefighters when they come knocking on the door. Because that's a lot of that weird behavior is that pent up, it's beneath the surface, but it's a sort of a panic and rage at the same time, a feeling of frustrated helplessness. Wow. Is there a screenshot button? I mean, I guess my own computer has one. Now, in infrared mode, we might be able to see through some smoke, and that's what we're waiting on. I do want to check out the lookout. So this is... All right, let me save this. I wish these were just fluffy clouds today, and it wasn't from freak lightning storms. But one must give up the desire to control others completely. People can smell that a mile away anyway. Say, look, this is what you can expect. It ain't that great. Like today, it ain't that great. But here's what you can do. Okay, lightning strike day. Capture one. You can't make anybody do anything, but we all grow and we learn. You know, it's We all have differences of opinions due to different life experiences, different memories, different people influencing us. I'm the kind of person where I lock my door to my car like all the time, right? The one moment that I'm in a small town, right? I see everybody else have their windows down and they walk into the little grocery store, the little local grocery store, because all the locals never lock their doors or anything. So I think, oh, I can keep my car from being hot, and I'll do the same thing. I'll just leave the windows down. That's when I come back out and my stuff's missing. And I've only been in there for 5 minutes. What? I never leave my valuables in the car, ever. Ever. Where's my tablet? Seriously. Who in this town of 8 people took my tablet? Or I had to park at this freaking little podunk cafe / grocery store / gas station / gift shop, and only like 8 cars drove by in the whole meantime. But that's, of all those 8 cars that went down the highway, there was a thief. I'm just like that. But I meet other people and they never lock their car. It's never happened to them, and they go, "Oh man, you're lucky." Now, let me go look back. Hey, Brian Rockwell fan, bye for today. Hey, good to see you. Hopefully, we'll be able to see now a little bit into the lookout. But other people are like, "Oh yeah, they just don't have that experience. They'll go through their entire life. Nobody's gonna jack them. Come back and see us, guys." Yeah, I like Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau. Am I saying their names right? Yeah. Big Dog says the Beaver Mafia will never ever be banned. That's true. That's true. But you know why Vegas floods? It's because it's the desert where flash floods occur. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I kind of believe that nature is a system and not a person. I have a mystical reverence for it. But people used to worship electricity like it was a spirit and like it was a god, right? It's electrons, man. It's electrons. And while I know that, I still have this cool, eerie kind of reverence for it, right? Like Tesla, the Serbians never quite lost their grip on their pagan heritage, even though they kind of adopted Christianity. He was into the Serbian storm god stuff, It's part of his mystery, Kitty Gonzalez says, "Outbreak, where? I'm not sure." Yeah, like Screaming Trees are an awesome band. It's a pretty metal band name, really. Yeah, Shamanism is a Korean religion that believes spirits live inside trees. That's somewhat universal. Animism is the base type of religion / belief. And in fact, some Asian languages, like Mandarin Chinese, they do not have a separate word for religion, belief, and philosophy. I kind of think that's great. It's true. Belief is belief. So that explains a lot of the weird news that comes out of China, like the Falun Gong movement is basically like a fitness kind of thing, like yoga, kind of like Tai Chi, and it believes that physical health leads you to good spiritual and mental health. And the problem with China is that they banned all other philosophies and beliefs and religions, except the state sponsor one. Yes. So, because that word is all the same thing, so even though it's a kind of a harmless kind of a deal like yoga, even yoga's got a religious background. We can't kind of understand the whole deadly crackdown kind of a thing in the jail time people exhibit for basically the equivalent of Chinese jazzercise, right? But yeah, there's sort of pregnant rain clouds over there. I like looking at the cams at sunset. Oh, that's a nice one. Okay, I'm going to leave that one in. Sea probe. Where did he go? I was going to take a bathroom break. He may be in it. Dang it. Oh, it's rotating too. Is that the ocean? What was I saying? I don't know. Maybe we should terminate that topic and just enjoy this. Because we have different life experiences, different memories, vastly different backgrounds. I mean, you could be in the same place and have a totally different experience than somebody else. I am a white chick from suburbia. My experience is going to be completely different than somebody Latino in my community, same community. Somebody speaking a different language in my community. Like the neighbor I had from China who told me a lot about what's going on there. Wow, look at the sun. So we all need different beliefs to help us cope through this whole life situation thing. To expect everybody to have the same ones is completely irrational. They say race and genetics is a people's physical adaptation to a geographic environment, a specific one. And I don't mean race as in white, black, brown. I mean your collection of alleles, the way to properly define it, and we're all mixed race. But like why Sherpas in the Himalayas don't need oxygen on the top of Everest, right? It's a racial trait. Ethnic is stuff that's learned. Racial stuff is stuff you're born with. Anthropology 101. Now, when you speak about ethnicity, culture, what's learned, your language, your belief, your religion, your art, blah, 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 that is a people's adaptation to their specific environment up here. And here, at the heart, the head and the heart. That's what culture is. That's what ethnicity is. That's why there's so many different words for snow in the places that matters, right? To Inuit and other folks up there, that their life depends on knowing what kind of snow fell. You could push sleds through some snow easy, but other kinds it's like dragging something along the Sahara Desert. It's just not going to work. That is the ocean. That's beautiful. Let me see if Sea Probe is in my bathroom. Excuse me. Be right back. The point is, it has to be unique depending on where you are, who you are, so you can adapt to your local environment. We know what failing to adapt does. Okay, I found some honey in the kitchen. I've got kind of a PTSD about the lady that I rescued from a structure fire, from a house fire. She was frail, and thank God she was skinny and small. That's how I was able to pull her out of her smoke-filled home. She was able to self-extinguish the oxygen fire. She was a smoker on oxygen, lifelong smoker, never quit, even though it was killing her. And when the fire department arrived, they like high-fived me. I was like shaking like a leaf at the end as they were leaving. And I was like, oh yeah. I guess I should feel good about this, because I was just terrified. Like, even though she was safe and the fire was out, I was still terrified. And all the firefighters like high-fived me on the way out. I was like, oh yeah, hi. No, you guys are the heroes, dude. And then the captain was there. I guess he's captain. I'm sorry, I don't even know the hierarchy of stuff. Dude in charge. I said, she's had oxygen fires before, and not really being careless by like smoking while doing oxygen, but like while cooking and stuff. Like, she can't stand up and cook for herself without this. And I'll be back. I'll be back to my station in a minute, guys. I'm on a little break, eating some honey. And I said, so how do we prevent this? Can I get her like the Alexa thing? Or she can say, Alexa, dial 911. It turns out Alexa can dial any phone number except 911. That's just evil. So that was not an option. She was, each time I rescued her, which was twice, she was collapsed and passed out with the phone in her hand, trying to dial 911, but she couldn't see it in smoke, and she was overcome by it faster than a normal person because, well, she was on oxygen. Didn't have it. So I said, how do we prevent this? How does she summon help on her own when, like, I'm not around and other neighbors aren't around? And we ran through a couple of things like Life Alert, which she couldn't afford, home security system, which she couldn't afford, and home telephone line sort of thing, which she couldn't afford. She's always like fumbling around looking for a cell phone. And one day it wasn't charged, like for one of those instances. So we ran through all the options. There were none. I said, well, what's going to happen then next time? He finished my sentence and just said, matter of factly, she will be a victim. Ugh. I was feeling great till he said that. Oh, I was feeling like super heroic, like I saved the day, man. Then I realized I just delayed the inevitable, and one day, oh God, what if I'm visiting my mom again, and the back room of my mom's house kind of overlooked towards her area, and I started having nightmares where I would wake up. It's funny how you can wake up in a dream and still be in a dream, with red glow and just seeing her house fully engulfed. And these nightmares wouldn't stop bothering me. Is he still in my bathroom?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. Sorry. Crap. I thought he went home. Oh my God, he's in my bathroom. Okay. I guess I have to keep talking. Anyway, the point is, Firefighters, well, the hardest part of their job is they realize this stuff. They still go to work. So part of my coping, and it's been hard to adjust, is that a lot of people, you can tell them everything about how to survive in an evacuation level, this and this. There are some people who are not going to listen. You have to have the same rationale. You're going to lose some. Nothing you can do about it. It's their own fault. And you have to accept that. You can never, ever think that you can control anybody else. It's not possible. Adapting that rationale has been the hardest thing about this whole affair. But it's got to be done. What else can you do? Blah, blah, blah. Comment on the sunset and how meaningful that is to the topic, blah, 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 blah. But what we do isn't easy. We've got to support each other. Ninmac says, Nina MC, excuse me. Thanks for the info. My son lives in Reading, very close to Whiskey Town. Well, pretty soon we'll get some infrared views. We're waiting for the sunset. And I was worried about the car fire area. If we look at Caltopo. So poor Weaverville is always in the crosshairs here. Let's see here. What would a good map layer be here? It could be the Forest Service. Yeah, that's a good one. It's up there. Maybe some aircraft are on it. Maybe. Nope. I thought maybe they were just slow to load. They're not. So we've got one returning to Reading just here to there. It is 8:30 and it is civil twilight, but they're on their way home. Most of these aircraft. I was really hoping there'd be some of those California, nighttime helicopters. I do not forgive the governor of California for just being like, 2 to 3 of these are fine. Now you needed like 20 nighttime helicopters already by now. You had your chance to get a bunch. You had this gigantic surplus of California money. You didn't spend it well. People say, oh, well, it's the extra training. Well, it's all this and that. It's money. Of course, there's extra training, and you have to have extra sophistication and instruments and stuff. Guess what solves that? Money. It takes money to buy the equipment, the craft, money to buy how you outfit it, and money to train the elite pilots. And then money for the ones who graduate first class to train the second class. And it's also money. It's not a lack of willpower. It's not a lack of pilots. It's priority. A lot of these would be knocked down pretty dang quickly if we could attack them on the first night. But here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 major heat spots on goes. Oh, that 9th is hiding. Where is it? 1, 2, 3, 9. Yeah, the 9th one was hiding over here, but it's nevertheless significant. What is this by Mono Lake? Thule. That shouldn't be too bad. It's flat. So which camera do we have here? Looking by Whiskey Town. Let's do a time lapse. Longer than that. An hour. A sunset pyrocumulous cloud. Looks like it collapsed. I don't know if one truly formed here, but good enough, right? You see boom, 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 squish. Flattens out. Rising high, high, high. Look at how it's out of the frame to the very top. Just collapsed down. All right. Image curves page. There we go. Show and map. That is the one we're looking at. Dang. What else do we have? South Forks. Oh, look, it's dumping rain a little bit. A little bit. The best case scenario is we get some more storms rolling in with a little bit more rain. Let's look at the my radar for the moment. Okay. Yeah, is that coming in? Okay, there's something wrong with the webcam. It kind of flopped. There we go. Nope, that's worse. Okay, I think that's good. Now, I don't think we saw any moisture on the anywhere in the Cascades that we wanted. Dang. And nothing really helped the situation with the lookout. Look at that mess of lightning still going on. Happy Camp making its way towards Brookings, really. Smith River. Over by Montague and Wairika. We could have new fires, many new ones, just spring up tonight. Hold on to your butts. I'm really thinking it's pretty close to my bedtime, especially if I'm going to be worth anything tomorrow. Man. Wow. And this big chunker right here. All right. Click on it. Red flag, excessive heat. Let's get a forecast. Siskiyou County is currently 86, down from a high of 105 today. It's saying wind gusts are 22-ish miles an hour. And we're going to have this the whole rest of the damn week. Almost no precip. Yep. 105 today, tomorrow down to 94 by Thursday. Highest temperature around 4 p.m. That's definitely when I should be going live then if I can. Rest of today, slight chance of rain showers. Skies partly cloudy. The humidity is 33%. Winds 9 miles an hour from the south. Changing to 5 miles an hour from the southeast. Chance of precip 20%. Less than a half inch possible. Tonight's low will be 69. Upcoming. A chance of light rain showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Skies partly cloudy. High temperatures of 105. Winds 6 miles per hour from the southwest, changing 6 to 12 miles an hour from the northwest. Chance of precip 10%. Let's pull it up towards the lookout fire. I'm going to imagine the forecast will be extremely similar for the bedrock. Currently 81 from a high of 88 today. Air quality index is unhealthy. Wind forecast. Gusts to dead calm now with wind gusts of 10 miles an hour-ish. I'm just going to bump that to 15, just looking at things. And it'll stay this way for most of the week, except 7 mile an hour sustained winds for the rest of the week. Wind direction will be erratic, just like it was today. Areas of smoke for the rest of today. Skies cloudy and becoming clear. Clear, you mean of clouds, right? Not smoke. Low temperature of 68. This is the McKenzie River area, right? Oregon. Winds 5 miles an hour from the east. Chance of precip is 10%. Upcoming areas of smoke. Skies clear, becoming mostly. High temperature of 96 tomorrow. Winds light from the southeast, changing 9 miles an hour from the west. Great. Chance of precip is 10%. Feels like it's 82 degrees. The humidity is 48%. It's saying visibility is 9.2 miles. I doubt that. Where's my death ball? Where'd it go? Let's take a look. Yeah, I doubt that. 9 miles by, Sure. Now, you know what? I think C-Pro has died in my bathroom. I haven't heard any signs of life for quite some time. I have to do a welfare check in a minute. Or steal his car, go to his place and use his. Is he showering or something? Ah. I can find a party balloon or something. All right, look back at chat. So he says, you don't have to wait till the last minute. Avoid the rush. Take your time and save a life. Your shelter is somewhere in Wairika. True. David says, what happened to the new nighttime helicopters I saw? Beats me. Oh, of course there's enough money. Newsom handed out checks. Governor of California handed out checks when California pulled a surplus. What? Huge tax surplus. What was that, 2021 or something like that? Or 2019 for 2020? So C-Pro just moved to Oregon, so he had a forwarding address. And he threw some interesting looking junk mail in the trash into my recycle bin. He opened his mail over at my place. He's been looking for a place to live for some time. He's honing in on one now. But all right, let's find a new cam here. So I dug out the trash and said, "This looks pretty official." And he frowned and he goes, "I hate that. I hate credit card offers that make it look like you've got a real credit card. This one even says it's from the state of California. They shouldn't be allowed to do that." I cocked my head to the side and I went, "Huh. I collect credit cards, you know. And by the way, everybody, don't cut them up. Keep them because they're very collectible. And no, there's no reason to cut them up. Dead credit cards don't work. Just they're collectible art things like license plates, you know. Ones from the 80s now, like the early credit cards, are like super valuable. Just so you know. So that one was like a California bear flag, and I thought, well, that's sweet. I don't care if it's fake. I want that thing, right? Well, he kind of batted it out of my hand and took out the recycling bin before I could say anything. So a little bit later, he leaves his mail here. I once again look in my recycle bin, and it says, it's got a big California bear flag thing, and it said, "State of California, something, something, something." There's a rotator. Wagon tire. Whoa, it's like a big superstorm in Eastern Oregon, right? Yeah, Southeast Oregon. Eastern Oregon is terrifying. When these storms roll up, they have the craziest high wind speeds. Lightning will strike in the distance. You'll see many multiple wildfires break out. Your tent will be ripped from the pegs. You have to spread eagle yourself in the bottom of your tent to hold it down on the ground. Like the rain flies ripping off, winds are howling, your car is like almost knocked over in the wind. Limbs are ripping off the trees if you're stupid enough to have put your tent underneath one. Thunder is clapping and it's shattering your eardrums, and you're screaming over the howling wind and the torrential rain that falls out of the sky as your camping partner's scrambling to chase after stuff being blown away in the wind, and the dog is cowering underneath the car and baying, and you know, you're seeing wildfire after wildfire strike from lightning. You're seeing tumbleweeds being blown by like 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts across the landscape that are on fire. And then the torrential rain rains it all out, and the storm passes, and you're panting, going, "Oh my God," surveying the damage. These things just creep up on you in Eastern Oregon, and they're just ferocious. It's not really that lack of water that trees are not going to grow. It's like they'll just be ripped to shreds by the crazy storms that rip through Eastern Oregon. It'll all be over in an hour or two. Quiet as a mouse after it's passed by. You've got to be some kind of man to live in Eastern Oregon. I'm not man enough for Eastern Oregon. Oh man, there's no country for old men, you know. But it's all absolutely beautiful. I just learned that, you know, when you see stuff like that on the landscape, like right there, those storms that roll in, you're a fool to be tent camping in Eastern Oregon. Utter fool, man. You need that log cabin. You need like a bunker in Eastern Oregon. You get that hotel, you bring that RV. You don't camp under the trees. I mean, if you're gonna go tent, you're gonna have like the foundation and the stove and the canvas and the supports. Wall tent at the very least. In the lee of a protected little rock shelter sort of thing in a gully wash, you know, but not in the flash flood zone. You gotta be strategic about this stuff. All right, let's go back to California cams. We're starting to get some infrared. Wow, Timberline Lodge, Mount Hood. Oh, I want to see this one though. David says at Sierra Tahoe they use snowmaking equipment to spray the Caldor. Yeah, but Sierra Tahoe lost most of their buildings, David. That's the sad thing. Even though they had the world's most perfect fire breaks in the form of ski rooms, and they had snowmaking equipment and stuff, it's still a high plateau that gets windswept with a whole bunch of extremely dried out trees on it that were thick. And the Caldor fire was something that burned so dang fiercely that when Sarah, Luna, and I drove into it, like, it takes an entire day to really drive deep into it to film it and drive out. Like, I spent a tremendous amount of money in gas, just a couple grand, trying to film that last year. Part of the reason why I need your donations. Holy crap. And so we go in there and we would drive towards the heart. That was a deer. Did you see that? There's a deer on the infrared cam at Mount Hood. Oh, wow. I think it'll pivot around again and we'll probably see it, unless I'm hallucinating. Either way, I mean, what came over Sierra Tahoe when it crested that was a mega fire, and what Sarah and I had trouble grasping it in the beginning was we came up from a very south part of the fire near Omo Ranch, sort of like the specific road. I should know because I went on it every day. Pretty far east of Omo Ranch Road, actually. But what we discovered was so many miles as we drove due north, like into the heart of the fire. The fire basically spread almost due east, right, and due west. So here we are on the south edge of it, and for miles and miles and miles, all these trees are dead, but there's pine needles still on them. The fire did not burn the pine needles. I mean, there was a lot of crap on the ground. Years, I mean, probably even decades or even a century of needles and sticks and pine cones and sap and dead and down stuff on the ground, right? All over the place. We know that, and brush, and it burned. But some of the really robust looking tall trees that shouldn't be dead were dead. And for miles around, it took a long time before we reached the heart of the fire, like the spear, you know. It took a long time for us to drive and find where the fire had actually burned. We're talking with the pyrocumulous cloud, you know, like extremely tall, marching flames, the column that would just go. So it turns out that the heat in the center was so intense. The radiant heat. See, that's a deer or an elk. See that? Hi there. I think it's an elk. See, elk don't have that much fur on their butts. So their butts radiate more heat on the cameras. It's kind of like a mating signal thing or whatever. But yeah, they got an elk over there. Anyway, the center of the fire was so damn hot that it killed all of the trees by radiant heat, like 3 miles north, 3 miles south, maybe 5, maybe even 8. Sea Probe flew me over it in a small private airplane a few times, and so I do have some video. Got the dash cam video and others to show you, but it's the same concept of a bonfire, and like I say, put a house plant next to a campfire and it can live and get a bit dried out, but you put that house plant next to the bonfire, it's not going to make it. Even if it's not on fire, the radiant heat kills it. It was unimaginable. So when it climbed Lover's Leap that night and raced over Sierra Tahoe, the aerial footage that I saw and shot with my camera of Sierra Tahoe just made me understand just how bad it was. Because when I first went to Sarah Luna's house, and she lost her house there, the snow had already fallen, so I didn't see any of the stuff on the ground. Like, it just looked like a beautiful Tahoe snow with blackened trees sticking out of it, right? Couldn't see the debris, couldn't see the path of destruction. It's beautiful white, and then it was like the world was in black and white, right? It's like a film noir, 1940s movie. But returning a year later and flying over it and just seeing how blackened that whole windswept plateau was, well, guess what Paradise was? A windswept plateau. A place where wind just cuts over the top. So when the fire climbed over it, it was like a dragon climbing over the city wall and just breathing death down inside. She was away from her house at the time and wanted to go back to try to retrieve possessions and stuff, and the firefighters were fleeing. They did not stay there to defend it. The staff at Sierra Tahoe Ski Resort did not stay there to defend it. They said, run for your life. Like, essentially, death is coming. That is the only thing you will find there. There it is. There's that elk again. It's kind of moving off to the distance. Right there. Body heat. All right, so we saw the elk. I'm going to get off this camp. I've never been to Timberline. I've been here a long time in Oregon, but I've been down to like Mount Hood Meadows. I've always wanted to go to Timberline. That's where they filmed The Shining, the exterior scenes. Like, that's where he freezes to death in the snow outside, right? That's funny. They couldn't defeat the madman, but they have to lock him outside, and nature did the rest for the night. Damn. It's eerie. Now let's go back to California cams. Okay, we got our infrared. So looking back at Whiskey Town, is this rotating? Weren't we? Wasn't this the one seeing we had a giant fire earlier? What? Is it not zoomed anymore? Am I clicking on the wrong one? Yeah, I must be. Okay. SP2. Yeah. It's one northwest of Whiskey Town Lake. So this column thing collapsed. We'll see if anything else comes to raining out tonight. Hopefully. Hopefully. Now, oven lid. Ugh. Now that's kind of a Bloody Mary eeriness to it. Look at all the dead trees in front of it. JCat says night helicopters did not meet the FAA guidelines. Well, they used them for a bit. Yeah, David says it's not pretty up Highway 50 past Kivers. Yeah, I offered Sarah to come in the airplane with us. She had scheduling conflicts and the like. And I'm glad she didn't go. I tried to do a circuit around the Caldor and then go through the center of it too. I was absolutely shocked how bad and how damaged that area was. Kivers was saved, you know. Strawberry was saved, but obliteration due east of that. Echo Summit. One day I'll show you all my footage. Big Dogs is Jack Nicholson. Here's Johnny. Yeah. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. I did not get to go the Mormon Immigrant Trail Road that we tried to get to when the snow had already come with because I was there in Sierra Luna the first winter there, and the snow happened right before I arrived, of course. I don't think the nighttime helicopters are grounded. I think Coulson or somebody still has them. We should do a little bit of a research on just why the hell they're not around right now. Bugs Bunny says red rum. Yeah. Oh, that's weird, J-Cat. J-Cat says, here's a science experiment. Put a stereo on the other side of a bonfire, turn the volume up to cover the noise of the fire, but behind the flame will distort the music. Weird. Have you heard of sound frequencies that if they're at the right volume, they can, you know how sound can ripple water and stuff, right? I mean, you know, T-Rex stomping thing in Jurassic Park, right? Well, if you have a super stereo in the right frequencies, you can suspend water droplets in mid-air. That is the eeriest thing to see. Don CV Gaming says there's a flashlight before the fire and maybe a beam. Oh yeah, lightning. There's been insane lightning. We've had hundreds and hundreds of strikes. Let me see if I can pull up that one Twitter thing that I retweeted. I haven't been able to show you guys because I'm not like a windy subscriber, and so going back in time to show you the lightning strikes is like they want money for that. So how do I see the things that I have tweeted? I guess I click on my own name and hit post or something. This has been one hell of a bad day. Okay, here it is. There. This has been a bad day. Now this was the amount of lightning strikes in 24 hours. That was 6 hours ago. There's been more. So by the time, at 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon, there have been 3,800 strikes. There's been so many that some of the cams have even caught a few. Like this one. This is extremely rare for a cam that's on time lapse to catch a lightning strike because this is only one frame every 1 minute or maybe 30 seconds. So the odds of the frame being captured at the same time a lightning bolt is going is billions to one, basically. That's pretty remarkable. So the radar has been nuts. Okay, I look back at my chat. Okay, that chat. Wildcat says, I finally told my lead no, and he kept giving my co-workers the works. Don't know how long I will last. What? I'm not sure what to talk about, Wildcat. Do you need somebody beaten up? Because, you know, we have a squad. These cams also, their sensors can screw up. I remember one night Nick, the mod, says, I'm seeing weird, crazy stuff on this cam, and flashes of light on the horizon. So I clicked on it. Oh God, I don't think I saved it, but it was eerie. Like every so often, there's a big flare up of the fire, and at night it's going to be more likely on the infrared. These infrared modes of the cams are really primitive. These are not expensive cameras. That's me in the hospital, by the way. Let's get off of there. So that's why you get all this crazy distortion and stuff. So whenever since it's only taking a frame every 30 seconds or every 1 minute, when you do time lapses, you'll see a lot of like flashing, and that's when there's a flare up usually of the fire, where it found a new fuel or there's a big wind gust, and so it went whoosh, for maybe 1 or 2 frames, and then the wind died down and it kind of tamped down again. So because it only takes a frame every 30 seconds or every 1 minute, those will look like flashes. But what Nick was showing me wasn't the ordinary flash. It was a crazy. Not only was there like a flash, like the fire intensity increased as usual, but there's a horizontal, blazingly white, laser-like horizontal line across the horizon behind the mountains. Could not explain it. I just sat there going, what the hell? Just trying to figure, is there a natural phenomenon that can do that? Ball of lightning came to mind, because sometimes it was like a little bit of a ball went, it was perfectly horizontal, just behind mountains. The fire was behind the mountains too, so that's actually very important to the story. So I just kept rewinding it and looking. I did like a little time lapse thing. If I find it again, I'll show you guys. I first typed back, I cannot explain that. I don't know that anything in nature occurs like that. But I didn't know anything that mankind could do with that either, or why. And these light flashes were not doing anything. They didn't expand the fires. They did not make them more intense. They were doing their normal kind of, wind gust, whoosh, brighter screen, then dying down for a bit. Wind gust, whoosh, brighter screen, dying down a bit. And I thought, where the hell have I seen this before? Because in the back of my mind, I was like, I've seen something like this before. It wasn't in black and white, though. It wasn't in black and white, though. Now, let me see if I can get an example of this. I don't know if I have it on these hard drives. Uh, I might. Let me check real quick off screen. Let me put it in something that's funner to look at first. Well, fun. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So let's see. There we go. Now let me just check my raw footage here. I was a little bit nervous, honestly. Here it is on camera, unexplainable, and I wasn't feeling great about that. Excuse me, that's background noise of this video. I'm trying to find the perfect example. Okay, I think I've found it, and if I have, then I'll pause this and I'll show you guys the video I'm queuing up off screen. After I did a couple of replays, it kept happening. It kept happening, it kept happening, it kept happening. So I had more and more time-lapse replays to look at. And mind you, this was just like a month or two ago. Not that long ago, maybe 2 months ago. I suddenly laughed and leaned back in my chair and thought, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I'm such a fool. I should have known what this was from the get-go, considering my education, my background, and my interests. I should know what the hell I'm seeing. I really should. But, okay, some people, in order to look cool, they never admit when they've been wrong or when they've acted foolish, right? I'm not one of those people. I am going to share this because it's pretty important. Yeah, there we go. Hang on a second. Yep. Okay. Let me full screen this and see what's going on. Yep. All right, where's the scene? Hey, stop. Stop, stop. Player, stop. Okay. Okay. There we go. Aha. Bear with me. Transform bit screen. And this isn't going to be shown for very long. There we go. So this is an acquaintance of mine, Will Kinky, live at the Star Theater. It's very talented. I'm going to turn on the music. I hope it came out. See, I was just filming in the background. I was asked to film this as a kind of a friend, kind of a courtesy. I wasn't paid for this job. And I had a different, more professional, friend with a better camera filming on the stage, right? So this is about best I could do with what I had. It's just one of the opening acts. Just wait. There. See that? See the lines? Now the sensor of my camera cannot handle these lights. And I went, oh God. These lights were really cool. Very atmospheric for this concert. But too bright. I had, basically it was a bit of more sophisticated point and shoot type of thing. It was a Panasonic. I'm sorry, seizure warning, by the way. I should have said that. Did you see that? Let me go. I can only go forward frame by frame, so I gotta back this up a little bit. Back up. Come on. Sorry, while I'm streaming. PLC wants to misbehave, of course. Come on, don't crash. Not allowed. There. So I can only frame by frame going forward. There, see that light? It's you get vertical or horizontal lines when the light sensor is damaged in the camera, or when it's completely overwhelmed. Like, there is no setting that I could do to this camera to overcome that. I would have had to put filters, like neutral density filters, which are like sunglasses for a camera, in order to overcome these artifacts. These are light sensor artifacts. So what was happening that night that was really eerie is the wildfire was burning on the horizon. And so every time the wildfire crested the horizon, I'm trying to find another instance of this frame by frame, the camera had been adjusted for it being less intense. It slammed the camera with the brightness. Like, there you go. So now there's like this dark after effect shadow. And it was going horizontal. So these are vertical. And it was, that light sensor was fried. In fact, I think the camera was actually damaged. So let me get rid of that. But I hope that explains it. let's I'm gonna try to find a better concert song there. He's super talented, and Hollywood didn't notice him. Dang, that fire is flaring up. Speaking of fires, Tuscan Beat 2. Now, some of these might get a bit rain on them. They might get some help tonight by some rain. We shouldn't really count on it though. Timber Mountain 2, show on map. Yeah, that's a troublesome one there. But I like how you can move the bee's knees. You can just move the map around. Oh God, Ball Mountain Butte. Yikes. I don't like this in the Sierras. This is not loud. Uh, yeah. Over by where the Dixie Fire was, and the Paradise and all that. The Bear. The deadly ones. So I finally said to Nick, oh my God, I've been losing sleep over this for an hour, and it's the light sensor. If they had just spent a little more money on these cameras, this wouldn't happen. Oh. There's a song that Will Kinky does called Hell Yes, and that's my favorite. And the light sensors get completely overwhelmed. So it's a good example of it. Polar Vortex says I was trying to catch the muzzle flash from a 45 Magnum using a camera. Dang. Shooting 1,000 frames a second. Took me over 50 shots before I got the muzzle flash 4 feet long. I want to be on your movie set, Polar. Dude. J-Cat says the odds of capturing a lightning strike on a wildfire cam is more likely than the Phillies winning the pennant. Well. Oh. Yeah. So Don CV Damon says what the infrared was seeing was molecular changes in the atmospheric environment. Ooh, do tell me about that. That sounds fascinating too. Because I haven't seen exactly what you're describing. If you want to show me a specific cam that we can go back and you can show me this phenomenon, that'd be amazing. Wildcat says, lol, my lead keeps giving me my lazy coworker tasks. I'm overworked and they keep giving me more. Oh, man. Oh. Finally told my lead no. He kept giving my coworker the works. Don't know how long I will last. Well, you will know if you make the decision to leave. I know that sounds harsh and everything, but there's a good quote out there. People don't quit jobs, they quit bosses. That's the way it is. Big Dog says image brought to you by our good friends at PG&E. Oh yeah. It's not really so much a courtesy as I think they were court ordered to put these on the landscape to monitor the fires that they mostly started themselves. I'm not sure about that. They should have like an additional little thing. This image and this fire is probably brought to you by PG&E. We've lit thousands before. Or maybe there should just be like a counter. Do any statistics like that exist for how many wildfires PG&E has started? I mean, in 2016, the count was more than 1,500 in the past 6 years or something like that by the New York Times. I forget. like, you remember when websites used to have the counters on them back in the day, the Angel Fire days? You know, like we're talking the dawn of time websites, the ones that had those, like, people used the background of websites like the old brick patterns that were like Windows wallpapers and stuff. They used to have a computer that had flying toasters as a screensaver. Remember the flying toasters, man? Or like the Star Trek one where it's like you were going through space. Yeah, remember when animated, like, under construction website, you know, it'd show a little guy with a shovel, you know, like, dude, it's animated. How cool is that? When you did a file transfer, like the files in Win98 swirled around into another folder, and it was like, whoa, animated. How cool is this? Ugh, I don't like this. Don't want to fire in the Sierras. Just don't. Let's look at Tahoe area. They had some issues this morning, but they pounced on them. Glad to see that. So, guys, on Watch Duty, do we have any new updates? I've been too lazy to click. I'm at the end of my rope. I've been up all night, so I really need to crash out. Up here. Red Mountain del Norte. It's ugly. Oh, don't be in the redwoods. It's by the Yurok Reservation. Now, David flew a plane there with one of the ODART missions in conjunction with CalDART, and that's Oregon Disaster Airlift Response Team. So, especially in the event of tsunamis and quakes, it's a private pilots get together and they jump into action, and they take medical supplies, food, whatever's necessary to these rural airports that are over by the coast in most of these places. That's what they train for. So he went over towards the Yurok Reservation. He landed at this World War II era landing strip. So it was a little bit interesting, which is a pilot's word for hairy. And they're very happy. They're like, sweet, we'll get some supplies. We won't be forgotten by the world. So the Yurok Reservation and some others near Eureka, Crescent City are on the schedule. Whoa, the high divide cam. Now this camera is still in daytime mode because the light sensor is overwhelmed by light, so it thinks it's daytime. Oh God, look at all the dead trees in the landscape. God. We will never learn, will we? Holy crap. Look at that. Okay, 3-hour time lapse. I'm going to play that again. Look at the screen if you did not. Ugh. Burns right up to the ridge and comes right over. It's just crested. Yikes. High divide 1 cam. Northwestern California. That is like Australian raging bushfire-esque stuff right there. Now this is looking across Rowdy Creek, east of the Smith River. It's just looking to the northwest. Ugh. Okay. Let's look at this one's name. It's gotta be the Kelly or the Diamond. What? The Kelly said 1 acre though. Which camera? That's Wild Frontier too. It's not the Kelly. It's gotta be this Diamond one. I didn't think it was looking that far northeast. High divide. Okay. Last update was 7 hours ago. Well, it's time to update this again. Holy crap. Hold on to your butts. The Diamond Holiday is here. Let's look at its heat signature. Ah! God, that scared me. Oh, okay. The Bluetooth notification sound on my phone just about made me jump out of my skin. Okay. There's no way I can turn that down. It's bugged out. So where's the Smith River? Can't see anything. I need some. Okay. Oh, that's in Oregon. Okay. Here we are. Here we are. Okay. Back. The Forest Service map. Back to sheet of relief. Middle up, nowhere, rugged terrain, sparsely inhabited by the Holiday Mine. No wonder it's called that. That's sad. Places like this usually have some remnants of the past, like some good ghost towning, you know, stamp mills and old cabins and stuff. And kiss it goodbye. It just came over this ridge, I would imagine. The one with this road on it, the 315. I mean, is that the road name? I'm not sure what this little symbol means on a topo map. It's a little thing. And it was 3,500 feet elevation. Oh, that was quite extensive, that mine. You can see all this white stuff is their waste rock. How you read the landscape here is, even if I was only looking at satellite like this, I would say that's a mine. I would just look around, go da 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 da. There's a mine here. There's a mine there. There's a mine here. There's a mine there. Because at the end of all the tunnels, they dump the waste rock at the end, and it makes big piles at the outside of a mine. And they usually do it down a slope, and they can build up these big, giant piles. Funny thing about it, say this is a gold mine, 90 to 95% of the gold in the mine is dumped outside that they ever mined out. It's because they are only after the easy gold, the gold that is easy to extract from the waste rock, like just crush it up a little bit. There you go. If they have to process too much rock, too much dirt to get the gold out, it takes so long, it's so many materials, that the labor cost becomes greater than the gold is worth. So they dump it outside. They don't worry about anybody stealing it because nobody else is going to steal it because you're going to lose money processing it. So the vast majority of the gold ever mined in California is sitting in these heaps. If gold reaches a higher price, and if labor costs decrease, such as robotics and AI and better techniques, then they'll go process this. And when I say the vast majority of the gold mined, I mean that you can see that's not microscopic. The vast majority of gold is microscopic, and it just runs right through everybody's fingers. It goes to the sea. It's going down, being carried in the water. So most gold ends up at the river mouths, like this. Every river meets the sea. Every creek meets the sea. So if they could ever find a way to process beach sand, there'd be so much gold. Oh God, I gotta disconnect the cell phone. That just freaked me out. There'd be so much gold in the world that we could all plate our cars with it. Okay, that's it. Disconnect. Oh, people texted me and I didn't know. Oh, oh no, I forgot to call back John Brito. Crap. Oh, he could have spoken a lot and saved my voice. The ice cream helped. That's been really good. Okay, JB. Meanwhile, though, there could be all kinds of buildings here. They usually process as much physical as they can on the site. That's why I'm worried for history and culture and stuff. Here, this is a color deformation. Now, it could be like a red earth. This could be a iron. I wonder if there's an iron mine at all. But that could also be sulfur. There's a lot of sulfur by Shasta, and the problem is that when they dig some of these mines out, they fill up with water once the pumps stop, because all mountains are full of water. When they do that, the sulfur that's just in the dirt, just in the dirt around it, makes contact with the water in the mine. I'm not saying this happens in all mines, but especially in the Shasta area, this has been super fun to clean up kind of stuff. And with the Tamarack fire, it was running towards, I think, one of the Anaconda mines that gave the capital of Nevada its drinking water, and ran into that source. It was an open pit sulfur mine. So the problem with that is the water hits the sulfur, and the sulfur kind of goes into it, but acidifies it, creates a bit of a weak sulfuric acid. So now that the water has a bit of acid into it, there's stuff on the walls of the mine, like you don't just pull out pure gold, pure silver. There's arsenic, lead. Galena is a common kind of rock that we get silver from, and it's silver and lead together. I think the Comstock lode, And so the problem is that the acid is going to pull the lead out and dissolve it into the water, and so you get the toxic heavy metals into the streams and stuff. So sometimes you can kind of see at the end of a mine a red or an orangey kind of a tainted color to the water or the ground. But unless you're there or you've read the mine's papers, because every mine produces papers saying this is our purity, this is the minerals found at what depth, blah, blah, blah. And there's always geological survey papers. You can look up these databases. They always have to make these reports for the company and the shareholders and blah, blah, blah. So X is a prospect. Means they did a test, but they did not fully develop the tunnel. It was like a test tunnel. It may only go back into the hillside for like 20 feet. A true tunnel will have a Y, like a bird foot, or this, the crossed pickaxe. Depends on your specific map topo key, right? Anyway, sometimes it's just iron. You can't tell unless you're reading the papers. Iron's pretty harmless. Now, a lot of times, really orange water will flow out of mines, and it can be really bad. Like I said, it could be the sulfur. However, and let's look back at that horrible. You guys gotta look at this. Finally, yeah, somebody put the scary new image on there. Yeah, 2 fires in the same general area, the Holiday and the Diamond. The Holiday is 100 acres in timber, of course, no containment with a moderate rate of spread. The diamond is 30 acres in timber. Of course, no containment with moderate radius spread as well. But that was one scary time lapse. Where was it? On the high divide. Let's do it. The 30-minute. At 1 hour, actually. Wait a sec. There we go. 3-hour time lapse. Look at this. So, anyway, there's an orange spot on the ground there, and I don't know if it's rusted iron or just iron in the soil or what. Oprah for president. Hey, SP, good night. Brad Skywatcher Lynn says, my family works for Nevada Gold Mine in Nevada. Oh, cool. Is it called Nevada Gold Mine? Like the company? You're alive. I was going to do a welfare check on you. When you shower, you got to alert me to that because I got to use the bathroom first, okay?
That's true.
I said yes. I'm going to go use the bathroom.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot.
Go ahead.
Oh, he took a shower. Wait, get your own place to take a shower. Ah. Oh my God. Okay, be right back. I really need to just be right back. Can't believe he took a shower. Like, hey, kitchen staff gets sweaty. You're a member of the gym club. Go to the gym. God. Okay, it is like 103. Just gonna suggest we go to the club and go swimming anyway. Still probably hot enough. I wanted to swim today, but I came here for my duty. Can't imagine I could swim very long before I get totally freaked out, like chilled out. Oh yeah, it's hot enough out to still swim. I want to do that. Yeah, idiot, don't take a shower. Let's go to the pool. Man. in. Oh, I'm back, friends, after my refreshment. Oh, I got it. Just peed like Seabiscuit. Oh, okay. All right. Bueller. Big Dog says Fleetwood, the Durham Fleetwood Mac is donating a lot of money and supplies to people behind it. That's good. I hope it's direct. People at Caldor Fire got shafted. I was there in last year in Tahoe over the state line, and there was all these casinos having these big concerts and dinners and events for the Caldor victims, and I didn't meet any of them that actually received much help at all. Where did it go? I remember when Haiti had that great earthquake and like $500 million was raised for them, and it still looks like crap. Like that could have rebuilt the entire island into something that looks like Dubai. Where did it go? California makes so much money; it's unbelievable. It's if the Bay Area itself was considered its own country, it'd be the 9th richest nation on earth. And yet, California has some of the most staggeringly high rates of poverty. 70% of the homeless there are California homeless. There's this idea that the homeless come to California for the benefits or the weather is good, you know. No, about 75% are California's own homeless people. It's gilded. There, to even have anybody homeless is a complete optional choice. Portland just got slammed by, and we need to solve that because a lot of wildfires break out that way with people trying to cook and partying like it's 1799. Open flame in the woods and in the park. Keep it warm that way. Come on. Yeah, we can't afford homelessness. That's the thing. Uh, the end of my story, I didn't finish it, was CPRO put in the trash an actual, his tax rebate thing. Newsom, instead of like putting the money into fire prevention or fire crews and that sort of thing, which would have been warranted, nighttime helicopters, you know, he just handed all the money back to Californians with a special debit card that had the California bear flag on it. CPRO threw it away. I rescued it from the trash. It was a note that said, "We are concerned that you haven't activated the money card we mailed you," and he had just thrown it in the trash. Please contact us today if you want to make a second one. So I pulled it out of the trash and I sat down with him because I was smart, right? And I said, if I could get you a couple $100 right now for free, would you give me 100? You know, I should have said that. In fact, I just said, would you give me a reward? I should have just said $100, but I ended up only getting a damn dinner out of it. It was a nice dinner, but he goes, sure. And so I handed it to him. I said, this isn't fake. This is real. So what happened was then California experienced a massive deficit the next year. So they didn't keep it for a rainy day fund. They didn't pay firefighters or anything like that or upgrade things. They're doing stupid things like mandating electric cars and not giving rural fire departments or any kind of fire departments any way to actually put out lithium car battery fires, which cannot be put out with water. So that's going to be fun. He just handed money back in an insignificant amount, you know, just a couple $100 for everybody. And now there's budget shortfalls because of the whole, you know, tax revenue kind of diminishing, people fleeing the state because, you know, the wildfires are driving them out and there's, you know, it's too expensive to live there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Good old news. But it buys you votes if you hand out free money to the people. And I don't get political. He's just a despicable person. The way he treated the Paradise victims and handed PG&E a little golden parachute allowed them to raise money, stay afloat. I mean, they were utterly bankrupt. The California and the nation, the taxpayers paying for PG&E's massive wildfires, the many they caused, allowed them to raise rates on the victims to pay out the victims. It's almost too expensive to do business in California. That rise in the extreme cost of energy in California means that senior citizens die of heat, and the vulnerable people die of heat because they can't afford to turn the air conditioning off. If they do, there's rolling blackouts and stuff because PG&E doesn't upgrade their systems. They just let it fail. He doesn't make them. He just says, let's tax cow farts and stuff. So that is why the name Big Dog. He has the nickname Gruesome Newsom. So he has to go in order for California to progress. He's protecting the corporation that's killing California. And that's not political, that's factual. It's part of the corruption system. And are there corrupt Republicans? Absolutely. I could not endorse the candidate who was challenging him in the recall because that guy took PG&E's money too. So I just threw up my hands. Trump and Newsom just screamed at each other in public, blamed each other, and did not help the victims. In fact, they both decided to use the victims as this thing like, I will withhold help funds from the victims if you don't do things my way. Both of them said that to each other. So nobody's happy with the two of them concerning the Paradise Fire, at least of all me. Oh yeah, Big Dog. PG&E did a lot to put him in office. They always do. Now, the power company scandals of California go back a long ways. Enron. I mean, one could make the case that Enron, who is backing Schwarzenegger, did rolling blackouts on purpose that were fake, just so that Gray Davis could be pushed out and Schwarzenegger could go in. They immediately just stopped magically when Schwarzenegger was elected, right? I'm not saying that Schwarzenegger was involved in it. I'm saying that that's the kind of corruption and stuff that goes on in California, where the big companies buy the politicians or set it up so that the politicians they like go into office. If you look at Mulholland and the movie Chinatown and the water wars in Southern California and the San Francisco dam collapse and all that, it goes on everywhere. Coquito, how are you? We have a beep storm on our hands here. We got some bad. Well, this happened today. That happened today. Maybe we should be grateful that we don't have 700 new fires. We could have, right? But it ain't good. It ain't good. So we got one taken off. Seriously taken off of California-Oregon border. The head fire taken off. Whoa. We've got mandatory evacuation. Stop the presses. As of 30 minutes ago. I did not see this, guys. Whoa. I didn't hear any watch duty ding for that county. Let me make sure. Is it because I disconnected my headset and I just couldn't hear it? Stop the presses. Okay, California, we have level 3 go now. Well, not level 3. They just have warning and then go. Mandatory evacuation orders. It's due to the activity of the head fire. Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office is issuing an upgrade to evacuation order of the following zones. Just check the map. Nobody knows their zone, but it's south of Hamburg, east of Horse Creek Road, south of California's Highway 96, north of 96, and south of Forest Road 46 and 64. And the general area around it in a huge radius is on warning. Steelhead, Scott Bar, Hamburg, Syed Valley. Said, I don't know how to say that, I forgot. Sayed, Mugginsville, Greenview, Wake Up, Hooperville, Fort Jones. Oh boy. This is up there towards the border with Oregon. This is sparsely inhabited. But Highway 96, anybody near it, look out. I imagine there's a panic kind of evacuation thing going on by Steelhead right now. Air Attack was reporting the fires running up to the ridge with extreme fire behavior and no current opportunities to catch it. Why didn't I see this earlier? Was it just invisible to me? He concurs evacuation orders are urgent and priority should be getting people out of there. He's also seeing additional spot fires down the river. Okay, I dropped the ball. I'm sorry. I'm going to make a serious recommendation to Watch Duty that they put an E inside of the flame of icon so that people can see evacuations in progress, like mandatory, like go nows, or big exclamation mark or something, because they all look the same. These all look the same. They all got the same names, blah, blah, blah. Only when one gets bigger do I want to click on it. And I want to make sure that I'm still getting. God, I was about to go log off for the night and go swimming. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, let's see, Watch Duty. Yeah, no, it did not update me. It stopped updating at 4:48 p.m. What the hell? Okay. They had a bug where this was happening and they said they fixed it. Not fixed. Not fixed. Okay. So I know that on Android, at least the only way you can kind of fix that is swipe away all notifications for Watch Duty, and when it's starting over and you hit close app, sometimes that's like a reset. Oh, God. Okay, once again, here is the evacuation zone map link. No, I'm not sharing my damn location. Genesis is the new word for Zone Haven. Don't ask me why they wanted to change it. Don't ask me because I'm going to tell you, and my answer is going to be it's stupid. But here you go. You see Ashland and kind of get off my screen. Move away. No, I don't want to learn more. Get off my screen. Thing. Collapse. No, I don't want to download your app either. Hit about. Or hit fires. Or hit search. You just moved it. Just get off the screen. Where's the little collapse button? Get off. You're taking up half my screen. Oh, we hate it, Precious. Please allow the location. No, go to hell. It's a VPN. You're not going to find it anyway. Go away. God. Is there a way to collapse this? Is there a little button? Back? No. Oh, for crap. All right, evacuation order. Leave immediately. Threat to life. Everything near Scott Bar, Hamburg, Steelhead, Horse Creek, Sade Valley. Go now. Wow. Never miss an alert. Critical info. Yeah, yet another thing to download. Everybody should just have one. So they're saying that it's code red. And there's a link to the McKenzie fire of what, a year and a half ago? Anyway, the evacuation point is for the Karuk Tribal Wellness Center. It's at Happy Camp. Go to the Tribal Wellness Center at Happy Camp, 537 Jacobs Way, Happy Camp. The zip code is 96039. Wow. I hate this side panel thing. Okay, let me shorten this URL somehow, because I'm sure this ain't gonna fit in chat. Oh, it does. It does. Yeah. Okay. If you caught the evac, you needed to have texted me or called me, Smitty. You don't let me scroll past level 3 evacs and ramble on about BS. Like, seriously. Here I am just like playing with time lapses, ready to go to bed. You posted it. Where were we? I'm looking at the screen. Guys, you have my phone number. Just saying. Shouldn't have disconnected my headset from the phone. I was hoping and kind of relying on Watch Duty to give me a update, and I figured that there just weren't any updates for these fires because people were going to bed and or they were calming down for the night. We were waiting for an update. I was going to give us a very last update on these weird lightning fires in the middle of nowhere, and I was about to go to swimming and go to sleep. Look, there's 2 overlapping windows here. I'm going to just show you what it's like from my point of view because I don't have a third monitor. So let me throw this at the top. Okay, so here you are behind the scenes. So here's chat on this window. This is my control panel thingy. Now here is what I'm actually looking at. You see how chat's covered up by this big ass piece of crap here I was trying to close. So I talk about what's on my screen. I click on this and I read chat. Then I go back and look at my screen because I'm trying to monitor stuff, and I click through my tabs, go to the Twitter, show you my cams, do this. I look back at the screen like every 10 minutes, especially if people are just mostly talking amongst themselves. Then I go back and look at chat. Then I scroll up. I see stupid stuff like Bueller, which is a joke, right? I read stuff like Mick Fleetwood, the drummer of Fleetwood Mac, is doing something to people behind it. So I read that. I read Gruesome Newsome thing. I was just talking about nothing because there's nothing to talk about. Look. Sorry, Bugs, she has a record. She can't run. Something about political stuff. People saying goodnight. Somebody saying Mount Lassen's now called the Ranch and Wildfires here. Okay, Urban, why have you hushed up Bugs Bunny? What did you just do, by the way? Do you see how I'm looking up and I still don't see anything about level 3 evacuations? Guys, I was trying to catch muzzle flash from a Magnum. How far do I have to scroll up? You see what I'm saying? We're back to Dawn CV Gaming. I don't see where any of you guys are talking about evacuation. Here's back all the way back at 8:57 p.m. an hour ago. There's a flash of light, and so I started showing you guys a concert. Urban, what the hell happened? Okay, that's a quote from The Who. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. That's okay. It's after 10 o'clock. It's after 9, 10 o'clock. Bugs Bunny is one of the first of 5 people who ever supported me on the stream. Like, we've got some, she's gold plated, okay? It's all right. Sorry about that, Bugs. It's okay. But when you time somebody out, like everything that they say is completely deleted up from the top, and that's permanent. So when this video goes to archive, we'll be missing a lot of relevant stuff. So look, I don't see where you guys told me about any damn evac. Certainly not highlighted. Shaquille Oatmeal. Fires were started by a dew, like Mountain Dew. Do the dew. Dude. Okay, so anyway, showtime is over. That's my desktop. We're going to go back to our regularly scheduled. Do never assume that I know about a damn evacuation. Is it like me to skip one? I'm not trying to admonish you. I'm just dismayed. I'm totally dismayed. It's okay to not catch it. I didn't catch it. I was hoping people would come in here and help me. You know, we crowdfund this information. Or crowdsource it. It's bad. Generally, the bad words like the 4 letters are automatically messages are held for review. Blah blah blah. Like, we don't want that. You know, kids are around, that sort of thing. But for like the old timers, like who have been here forever, it's usually like delete the comment. You know what I mean? Let me know about it, and I'll see if, you know, the untouchable, like the gold plated people here are like Morris. I haven't seen him in a long time. Morris, Bugs, Carney Shill, Cogito. These are the original gangsters. Let's see. Michael Jones, he was Sherlock Jones. Josh, who's known as Batman. Cogito's known as Iceman. These are like the first 10 people that ever took me to their wedding and supported me. Don't worry about it. Like, the kind of vulgarity is like the C word that's never allowed. Like, true pornographic images with a P, kind of explicit stuff. True racism, anti-Semitic jokes, you know, that stuff. The completely backbeat, crazy conspiracy stuff, like Democrats are drinking the blood of babies in order to, you know, live forever. You know, that kind of stuff that people have coming here. The everybody burned because I hate California. Those type of comments, the hateful stuff, the racist stuff, you know, the truly ugly. Like the stuff that makes you shudder, you know. Now, do we have Broadcastify? Can we listen to anything? I wouldn't think so. Let's see. Siskiyou County's big. Ah, for God's sake. The pool's still open for an hour. I really need to cool off. Northern Siskiyou County Fire and EMS. Let's hope. All right. Oh, I didn't log in, did I? So we might get ads. That's okay. Turn up the audio. Did you know the pool's still open for an hour? I was going to say we should go swimming. We got a membership. David, I'm talking to you. The pool's still open for an hour. Oh my God. He's leaving too early. Okay, nothing is being said on Siskiyou County Fire and EMS. Maybe there's a general California major incident. Not active. Siskiyou County Cal Fire SKU. Okay, this one's got 77 people. I'm going to click on that instead. I guess we can have them both going.
Highway 96 on the east side for the night.
We got it. Here it is. Yeah, Highway 96 is where the fire is. Now let's get some cams up. Like once again, we got level. I guess we've got mandatory evacuations. We've got mandatory evacuations for the whole area of from Said Valley to well south of Scott Bar on Highway 96 in Siskiyou County. This whole region. The evacuation point is the Kark Tribal Wellness Center. Now I'm going to view that on the map to see if that's a good place to go. That's to the west. Let's see which way the fire is actually going. Because I don't know that I would go that route to the west. We have to make sure it's open. So we go to Highway 96. Where is this? Let's pull down the shade of relief. Yeah, I'm babbling about gold mines and there's a... Anyway. Alright, so there's Side Valley. Let's put on our fire activity. Yeah. I don't know that I would go to the northwest. If I was at Steelhead or south of there, I would not take 96 to the northwest. I would proceed south. Now let's see what we can, all the info that we can get. Let's look at some cams. That might be way too dangerous. Wind direction. Yeah. Wind is out of the west. Heard the word fire, I don't know what else.
Got RC, got fire. Is 4-1 sticking on all night, or is he going to be going down the evening? County 41 will be on all night.
No, we can't say poop, but good night, November 6th. Hey, Abu, how are you? Yeah, good to see you too. Okay, so I don't think that anybody south of Steelhead should go to the northwest to get towards that evacuation center. You should go due south on 96. It's my preliminary guess right now because it looks like we've got heat all over. But do whatever the local law enforcement recommends. Nothing quite beats the people on the ground there. So let's see. Let's look at our cams. Let's see. Where's Said? There we go. Steelhead's right there. Scott Bar. Where are the cams? So we got a Fort Jones. No wonder I couldn't. Yeah. Fort Jones just had it as a blip in the distance. That's why it didn't look like a serious threat. There's just no cams over there. So this is a time lapse of Fort Jones looking to the northwest. Yeah. That ominous glow.
Adam, Sam 7, I don't have the schedule to know who's working or any means to communicate with anyone at the moment.
Great. No means to communicate with anybody at the moment. Great. Ominous. What else we
So
got?
Sam 7, can you relay any of that? I wasn't able to copy of his traffic.
Where is Deerhorn?
Or I can start working on it as soon as I get back upriver. Still waiting for Posse 1 to get here.
Oh dear. There's just so much going on right now. We've got the Deerhorn cams down there looking south. Ouch. Please, squelch.
Sam 7, I understand. I just can't do anything from here until I get back upriver.
Not sure what that's talking about. We're listening to Siskiyou County. Hey, Bill D. Yeah. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna mute that for you. God, it hurts my ears. What that is somebody's talking on sideband. They needed to have pressed the button for a different band. It's a classic mistake with CB radio. They need to flip a switch, get off sideband, and get back to the normal channels so that we can understand what the hell they're saying. Otherwise, you sound like a chipmunk drowning underwater. Yeah. Look, you reached a facts-only resource on the fire. Now, after like 9-10 p.m., every once in a while, we allow people to mock the conspiracy stuff that's what was occurring in chat. But I've spent a great amount of time debunking the crap. Okay, hopefully that person has understood he was on sideband. Yeah, you better behave, Oatmeal, though. This is serious business now. I mean, we shoot the beep, when there's no life, limb, and property in danger, but now there is. So we do have go now evacuations. We've got a pretty huge swath of area right now with a fire completely out of control. In fact, there are two of them. I don't know if they're going to burn together, but they just might. So we are listening to Siskiyou County. This is the evacuation map. I need to make a tiny URL since there's a smaller link here. So you just, whoops, I lost the paste here. And so we could keep putting that in the chat. Where did the map go? I'll just get from watch duty again. Oh my god, it's that Zone Haven stuff again. Okay, copy link. Okay, refreshed it on page. Okay, so this is, what are they calling this one again? The head fire. All right, this one's not going to win the awards. I think the Fuzztail fire just won the award for the coolest fire name today. This one sucks. So head fire evacuation map. Shorten URL, copy it, test it, paste it. Got it. Here it is. Served up fresh head fire evacuation map. It's encrypted sheriff comm. Well, why are we hearing it? It's similar to sideband, ain't it? So, all right. Let's look back at these cams. We've got multiple fires all over the Northwest California that are just taking off. A couple of them looked like at dusk that they were kind of dying down a little bit. But the bad thing about today's lightning strike storm front here that just basically blew up. I mean, look at this. Look at that. This was before 2 p.m. This is the amount of lightning strikes that were happening. There was, what, at least 4,000 today. That's probably a conservative estimate. That was We're talking about a 24-hour timeline here. This is just nuts. So these resources are split. It's really a take care of yourselves and each other situation. So right now, it doesn't matter what time of night it is. If you know people in harm's way in these locations, get them on the phone, call them. If you can't reach them, now would be the time to call the sheriff's office or the non-emergency number for that county and say, this is the address, name, location of the people that I think may not be aware of these mandatory evacuations and the rapidly moving head fire. For example, it's over here on the Scott River on Highway 96, like Scott Bar, Side Valley, etc. Steelhead, that's Steelhead, right? The whole 9 yards, this entire just general region of Hamburg. Or Hamburg, I don't even know which way they say that. Same thing for down here by the Hoop, I think it's Hoop Valley Reservation. This doesn't look good on the Deerhorn cam. So let's take a look at that one. The Lone Pine Fire is that one. So we have 150 acres, moderate rate of spread, structures threatened. There's a threat to the cultural land of the Hoopa tribe. Excuse me, I thought it was an E, like microprint here. This is all bad terrain for this all to be occurring in. Resources will be competing. Now, the deep fire, I think, is in the middle of nowhere. So I don't think there's going to be a threat to life and property and such there. And what's quite concerning is these fires are right next to the really big highways. And these are, when I say highways, like, there are very few paved roads out here, you got to understand. And they go through these narrow mountain passes, which can just be wind tunnels, which can just funnel the fires. So if these are the main avenues of escape, communities like Willow Creek here can find themselves cut off, like Hoopa and Willow Creek might find themselves severed and not able to help each other. So these are the main concerns right now. With the Lone Pine, I don't see evacuation orders. But maybe that's still because it's up in the hill and not on the opposite river bank from Highway 96. Now, I think in general it's an west wind, excuse me. So the fires might be driven to the east, but this is going to vary incredibly because the nature of the canyons. The wind direction up on the ridges can be completely different.
Access 1024.
SO 23 units or code 4.
And we don't have good eyes.
Copy units or code 4.
What's code 4 in 10 codes? Okay. Yeah, Oatmeal, if you're here for entertainment, I'd say come around another night, you know. It's not the moment to be trolling, but thanks for the sub. Now I really want eyes on this thing. We don't have anything. We could try Windy, and I really doubt there's even going to be a traffic cam that's going to be relevant. But we shall see. Let's hit the cam button. Now, if you want to look for entertainment, the other night, a week ago, when I read the history of Antelope, Oregon, where they had a wildfire near it, Operation D for diarrhea. That was a fun time. The bear urine. That was a fun time. Ask Al about the bear urine shot. I hear it's all the rage. Okay, we just got my Eureka cams. Ain't nothing out here. Remote, rugged, sparsely populated, and never particularly settled much. So we do hear some chatter that's nothing that has been useful. Let's refresh on the weather. We could still have even more lightning strikes come in tonight. Dang. Bless you. I thought you were gonna leave. I hate this monsoonal crap. Okay. Yeah, SSB sound is like wah wah wah. Yeah. So Abu says, "Hi y'all from Glasgow, Scotland. Prayers for your safety. Thank you so much. Glad to have you here. I'm gonna try your name, Abu Siskiyou. I'm sorry if I totally messed that up. Brad, pieces code for no further assistance required. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like code 4, everything's cool. Thanks. Big Dog says, Brad, with fires breaking all over the place today, I'd imagine getting enough resources at any given fire would be a big problem for all concerned. Yeah. Besides, this takes a long time to drive out there. Like their local units are going to be on their own for quite some time. It's when you're driving in the California coast range and all that stuff, and especially as you get to the north, it gets even steeper. You can't see the horizon. You're just in these gully washes, and that's it. You can be taken by surprise. You can't really see anything in the distance, know what you're about to come up upon. Anyway, so we do have trolls coming out of the woodwork. The thing is I'm not in the mood. All right, but do make a new account and try again later. Okay. Let's see. Now we can go to wind, surface, notch that up a little bit. Go to gusts. We're not seeing tremendous wind gusts, but we've got tremendously dry fuel. All right, so the region in general out here, just put the flag in a kind of a neutral location, is a dead calm to like 5-6 mile an hour winds, but we have almost 25 mile an hour wind gusts, waning down to 10-ish until around 5 a.m. supposedly. Tomorrow by 2 p.m. when it heats up to around high of 83, and we can have 25 mile an hour wind gusts. And just look at the, I don't know if you can see this, honestly, it's kind of tiny. Wind is going to be from kind of all random kind of directions. We've got different kinds of wind.
Fall 28 with Fall 23.
Copy out with 23.
Abu's fine. My name's Derek. Abu's fine. My name's Derek. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, EA is calling me out of my rudeness. C-Probe sneezes gonna take off. All he sneezes, and I just go, bless you. I thought you were gonna leave. I am a jerk, aren't I? God. Oh, God, okay. I'm the nicest person ever. I don't know what anybody's talking about. It's saying 17 miles an hour. Wind gusts all around the Shasta area. Okay, what I was trying to say is we have competing winds. Let's go to the other satellite picture. That's the smoke one. Okay, that was 7 p.m. Let's hit this time-lapsing button. Now, the wind is these little droppy thingies. You see how they're swirling in from all directions. See, wind is trying to pour in from the north from Oregon. But it's mostly eastern Oregon, so it's the desert, right? Wind is trying to pour up from the south, from probably the Bay Area, coming in through the valley. Wind is also finding its way from the Pacific down some of the mountain passes by Eureka, and so it's all mixed up. So I can't give you any sort of idea about, without seeing on the cams, which ways the fires will spread, therefore which way is the safest way to drive towards evacuation center. And that's what really sucks here. The satellites don't come around frequently enough to give us a pinpointed view. The GOES are the most frequent and they're the least accurate, so this is one of those scary situations where the people are on their own who are in this situation. I'm sick of this monsoonal crap already, though, are you? So Lone Pine Fire does not have any current evacuation.
Units for 10-8 assist.
All 28, I copy 10-8 assist.
Sorry, I had my own headset down there.
1 Lincoln 2, 10-7.
Lincoln 2, I copy 10-7.
Cottage Grove has the Elliott Creek fire, but that's 7 hours ago, burning rapidly. The big one of concern here is the head. It's already 3,000 acres. What is very telling here is a huge amount of land that's on notice. That's unusual. That means we don't know where it's going to go, but it really might go any of these directions, or all of them. That's the weird thing about swirling winds, is that they can kind of push them out in all directions. We saw that in the Zog fire. The Zog fire spread out like this. It was in the Shasta area too. It's just Northern California has this weird thing to it. I used to use the map and draw on things. Well, this kind of shows it. You see the tremendous winds from the Pacific? They are entering the Bay Area. They're coming up. And as they go to the very north end of the valley, they slam into the winds coming up from southern Oregon and the eastern Oregon desert. They're trying to make their way south. They collide, and so they just start to spin. It's like a big cyclonic spinning action. When that happens, you can have wildfires just spread out in all directions. California is the seventh circle of hell for fighting wildfires. So I could tell you right now, oh, well, this head fire is probably going to try to go east because there's wind coming down this valley, sort of wind tunnel thing here, right? I mean, that's one way to look at it, but do you see the other wind directions coming up from the south and these coming up from the east? Just swirly. So we had no idea. Turn off the wind. So meanwhile, stuff's going on by Whiskeytown. It all just sort of collides in these areas. That's by Eureka. But it's hard to get there. Even if The evacuation shelter is to the west. You're over here. Scott Bar area, Steelhead. South might be the way to go. And I'm going to look back at the chat. Oh yeah, we need the wildland, guys. Sarah H says lookout fire in Oregon is really bright in the cams. Really? Okay, thank you. It's been smoked out all day. Yeah. I know, Bill D. There should be no such thing as a volunteer firefighter. They should be paid handsomely. Okay, let's look back at Deathball Mountain. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you for the update. I was hoping that we could see through some of the smoke with the wind infrared, but we kind of got distracted. We're still listening to Siskiyou County, but...
Strike team 9273 Golf arrived Deadwood.
Ah, the strike team arrived. Awesome. Speak of the devils. Holy crap. Yep, that's, you're right about that. Look at the, lookout fire. Ah, sorry. Hi, this. Okay, that guy does that, but then he says 93, 270 golf in like a hushed undertone underneath all that. So I unmute it and it goes back to the garbage. Sorry, there's no way I can control that. So a strike team arrived somewhere in the Siskiyou County, which is huge, but yay. Strike team 9273 golf. Back in Oregon is what we're looking at here with the Deathball Cam. Oh my God. Hopefully they can save McKenzie Bridge and Belknap. Well, look at the spot fire down there. It's over by Belknap. Right over here. Several spot fires. What's this? What's in front of the camera? Oh, it's a vehicle. Jeez, that freaked me out. It's a hard night. It's a bad day and it's a hard night. Let's look back at the lookout fires page. See if we got any sort of, well, news. Nothing. 11 hours ago, that's it. Tomorrow, no community meeting. Day after there is. At 6:30. On Facebook. So at least some sort of a strike team has just arrived somewhere. Siskiyou County. Wow. Okay. So Fort Jones 1 is the only eyes. I can't make this up.
Strike team 9273 Golf.
Yeah, strike team. Now this is a different fire. This is the one down by the Hoopa Reservation, Hoopa Land. I don't know if it's a reservation, but not looking good either. Now, after giving the evacuation info out, I don't know what else we can do, though. Red Mountain Del Norte. Wow, look at that behemoth. Let's do a 3 hour. Why on God's green earth are lookout towers made out of wood? At least their legs. Dude. Alright. So. It sounds like a hospital, like.
41, got River.
Like a machine in a hospital or something.
So just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a layout of what we got up here. So if you look on your map there from the lookout and then the word lookout, on the ridge on the north side, it's about the O and out right at the beginning of the very first, the third O and lookout. Break.
But where?
There's a handful of snags burning on the north side. Couple, or one on top of the ridge and a green tree burning pretty good on the top of the ridge. About a 8-acre swamp on the south side of the ridge contained. And pretty much from what I can see, nothing is contained on the north side.
Which fire? Where?
9273 Golf at Deadwood at 2233.
Deadwood?
Dictating the fire behavior, it's mostly in needle cast, but it's still pretty moderate. It's relatively actively backing, mostly in the needle cast. It's about 12-inch flame length, and then quite a few heavies going. And then, as you can see with the contours on the back of it, it's going to be a mess in the morning. Copy. For tonight, we're going to pretty much do our best to keep it on the north side of the ridge and keep an eye on it. We're not going to get over into that north side off the north end. Yep, reiterate, as soon as you get a chance to get aircraft, that would be in the morning, that'd be a good look.
I'll try to put the emphasis on it, but obviously with what else is going on, just to the west and east of you guys there, it might be tough to get aircraft that direction, but I'll definitely emphasize that that's kind of a big deal to get that secured.
Copy code, and then we'll start putting a little bit of a plan together for you to for contingency, that kind of plan. Up here, we got a pretty good idea of what's happening with lines, etc.
Copy. And it might be one of those things that I'll send Squad 55 first thing in the morning because it'll be fresh with an engine that direction. It'll relieve you guys unless Richard needs stuff down there and Scott Mark for pressing.
Copy, and I would also recommend if there is pressing need for Mr. Gentry to send him up here. He has a lot of working knowledge of all the containment features, etc. Up on the sea ground.
I wish they gave us a long lat, because I have no idea which fire they're talking about. Siskiyou County's a big one. We're listening to Siskiyou County Sheriff and Fire West. So, he was saying pretty elaborate details like it's between the Double O and Lookout on your topo map. Where? Siskiyou Sheriff, CHP, Cal Fire Forest Service, and fire aircraft frequencies. He was talking about aircraft. Like now, at night. What's going on? I am becoming a meat popsicle. I need a blanket. Sweater. Okay. So, great. I have no idea where they are, but we'll see. Well, it's not exactly like an oil well. Although Russia has tried that. Russia's tried explosives to try to put out remote Siberian fires. Not sure if that worked too well. In San Francisco, during the 1906 quake, they burned the entire city down for the most part using the wrong kind of explosives. They used granulated dynamite. So a lot of people think that unreinforced masonry structures are going to fall down in a quake. It doesn't really matter. There's plenty of those around that have stood the test of time, like the Senate building in Rome is still standing. It's made out of brick. It's all depending on what is beneath you in the ground. So most of the brick buildings that fell apart during San Francisco was they dynamited them trying to make a fire break, but it spread the fire. And most explosives do that. What you would want is something that created a tremendous vacuum and kind of snuffed it, like sucked the air out of it, right? And that's when you get the kind of weapons where the cure is worse than the disease, right? I would have clicked the button to do a really neat. If I had a cool soundboard, is a bite from what was that Dan Aykroyd movie? He goes, "Nukes, that'll suck the paint off your house and give your family a permanent orange afro." I think nukes would work, but you know, let's look back at our cams. We just got a beep storm going on here. Now, the amount of lightning we had here, pretty tremendous. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not a bad idea. The cluster bombs and stuff like that. You can use explosives to light a backfire, but usually they would just use flares. Like, if you ever seen military flares dropped out, they're cheaper. And the problem with, say, explosives like your traditional kind that like open the bell of the airplane and they fall out is the fact that you've peppered your own country with ordnance. There's always the deads. They're still digging up fields in France and Germany, and not only are they still pulling out hundreds of unexploded bombs from World War II, mostly dropped by us, but oops. They're also digging up unexploded but still alive ordnance from World War I. There are just portions of France where they just don't go. It's still no man's land. Like, you would think that it would all be turned back into arable farmland by now. But a lot of those shells contained, say, chlorine gas, phosgene, some really nasty stuff, along with your incendiaries. So they can't even dig around it or touch it because they've started to rust so much. Phosgene and the like.
Sam 1195, Oregon, Edgar Bezovian, Grandview, William Zebra Edward 172.
Grandview? I didn't catch that. Grandview?
I copy 1195, Edward Beswick.
What is this about? High divide. Anyway, they just can't dig at all to even like demine the area. So what you would do is you'd put out a short-term problem and you'd create a long-term
All
problem.
time that comes back. Cleared expired 6/23/23 on a 93 Toyota 4Runner to last of capacity out
of talent. Okay, so this is where we're running. This is where we're running into sheriff.
Low volume, I copy code 4.
Sheriff crap. It's going to be in the same channel as everything else. Let's look at the time lapse of the Wild Frontier. Like, Davy Crockett, king of the Wild Frontier. Is he probe gone yet? I think he turned my air conditioning on max and left. Anyway, whoops, I meant to say bye and thanks for bringing me Burger King. I'm hungry again. I want to Uber myself something. I have to actually sleep. I didn't sleep last night, so we've been live for 6 hours. But I've been nonstop working the entire day. Not mostly outside, but you know, it's been 102. I've been outside a little bit. No idea what that is.
So traffic 10-9.
Copy 2, copy 1 on that road, copy.
621, go ahead.
I don't copy.
I'm trying to get hold of Copy 2.
Let's look back at Oregon.
Copy 2.
So this is our 3-hour time lapse of the Lookout fire, and everything's still in grave danger down there in the McKenzie River Highway area, east of Eugene.
Paul 10, 2729, California, when you clear.
Paul 10, go ahead.
Boy 8754264.
License plate running.
Paul 10, I copy a last of Jones.
Deathball Mountain. This is the other opposite view. That's CHP, yeah. Angelina says, I hope the Ranch White doesn't head towards Day Road. That place is infested with pine trees. Great. Look at what the Lookout has done here. It's active on each end, like with a vengeance. That's more East End activity than I think they bargained for. They didn't even mention it today. They said, oh, we're going to focus on stopping on the west. Then we'll look at the east. I was thinking, no. Since it was an east
Paul
wind
10,
today.
SO last of Jones. 29s are clear. I'm showing valid at a happy camp.
Okay. No, they're on the lookout for looters, that's for damn sure. I'm going to mute that. I was thinking, if you have an east wind, I'm not an expert here, wouldn't you get further east of the fire and light some backfires that way? So that later, when the wind direction changes, it'll just go back on itself. I don't know that they should have focused on the west end and lighting fires on the west end today. Some of these could be their own backfires because they're kind of making a Hail Mary pass with this. They really don't have any other options. They said that aircraft were going to support them today in doing backfires, and lighting them on a red flag day is just all kinds of madness. But really, there's nothing left to lose. So we'll see if any of this bears fruit. They were talking about structured protection, and they accidentally dropped the word triage, which means they expect to lose some. But they'll protect what can't be saved. That's what the word triage means. Or at least they prioritize some, and then if everything allows, then they'll go to protect the lesser structures. But those words have meaning, right? This stuff is well below the ridge line. This stuff is getting close to the river. In fact, I wish I could draw. I could if it was full screen, where the river is, and then as it clicks into night vision, we could see kind of where it is. So we lose definition. Talking about posse, this and that. But other than getting the evacuation information out, I don't know that we should do a 24-hour stream. Yeah, you'll have an inspirational breakfast and get the answer. Right. Well, here's the thing. If you can invent a weapon that puts out wildfire, you will be a multi-billionaire. And probably win some Nobel Prize stuff there. It's in demand. So, I mean, sure, there was like a weaponized use for dynamite, but for the most part, it has civilian use and benefit. That's why this guy got the Nobel Prize, right? Or wasn't he the first guy here? Was it Alfred Nobel that did invent dynamite? You know what I'm saying? Whoops, that time lapse was too long. All right, 3 hours. Deathball. Oh. I'm worried for Belknap Springs, not just McKenzie and Rainbow at this point. I don't know what we're seeing right there. This is troublesome, that's troublesome. I mean, everything on the ridge is worrisome, but this stuff is troublesome down here. All right, friends. So, I really don't think there's anything more to do here. Am I watching Wildfire? Where? What's that? I think that answers your question. All right, going back up. I do need to get more food. In fact, probably will go out and get some if I can't find rummage around here. Oh, you're still around. You were to buy me 2 chicken sandwiches. Where's the other one? Seabrook. Did you stash the other one? Excuse me, I'll be right back. Oh man, he didn't buy me the second chicken sandwich. I have to rummage. Kind of starving here. So this does look pretty bad, but it's just we can't hear anything that's going on with the lookout. I don't know why this keeps tilting and getting weird. Okay, we got radio. Let's unmute that, hopefully. Now, where's our new evacuation map? Where did I put it?
Understood. Posse 1 and Posse 2 just showed up. I'm just laying them out, and then I'm going to go work on staffing.
Posse staff, okay. I guess they're rounding up the livestock. They actually do that stuff. Ah, here it is. Refresh. All the way to the Oregon border. We got mandatory evacuations now. Thing.
Paul 28 SO.
As a Gen ASIS Protect
Paul 28, go ahead.
mobile app here.
28, just checking your status.
Paul 28, code 4.
I'm gonna put
Paul
this.
28, a copy code 4.
Putting this in the description. You want to get this app for some reason. Gen ASIS Protect. God, it sounds like antivirus for computers and ridiculous. How about naming your app after what it actually does, such as the Evacuation Map app, EVAC California. How about something like that? For God's sake. All right. Hey Nick, how are you? It was 110 in Myrtle Creek today. Oh my God. Yeah. All right. I don't know that you want to ask that question, Herman. All right. Yeah. All right, friends, I think I'm just going to go to bed. Because there's nothing that we can relate to the public now that they can't find elsewhere, don't already know. We see fuzzy images of fires on cameras. We have fuzzy images of their heat signatures. And I would leave this on 24/7 with the radio if anything of importance was being said. What would that do, though? Well, hold on, nothing. So, with the, especially the amount of trolls coming up tonight, there would be a need for multiple mods and shifts, and I think everybody should get their sleep. We're going to have another rough day tomorrow. So, I'm going to end it right here. Last call for any questions. You were talking about aircraft. There is a Firehawk headed towards Plymouth County. It's over Butte County right now. Is everybody in Skip? Wow. Okay, I want to investigate that. We have a Firehawk over by Magalia. Really now? I don't see a heat signature. Let's check out watch duty. What's it doing? Is it this L1?
1210, have a good night.
Ha! By God, there's a Firehawk working a really insignificant fire over here. God knows why. Maybe the head fire is out of control anyway, and there's really nothing that it can do elsewhere, so we could put this one out and then help everybody else do something else. Just as the L1 fire resources are responding to assist Lassen National Forest, the vegetation fire near Philbrook Range. Oh, damn. Let's see if we got a cam on it. Well, shut my mouth. We got a nighttime helicopter, boys. Let's see here. Mineral. Forest rent. Building. Nope. Wrong. 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 Grass valley. Wrong. Lake. Yes. Aha. Bald Mountain. Is that it though? It is. We might be able to see the Firehawk doing something. Yes, look at it. It's buzzing around. Dude. Dude. Yay. I mean, there needed to be like 6 of these, but yay. It's good practice, I guess. If not particularly effective. If it starts spitting out spot fires, it'll be what the doctor ordered. But how neat is that? All right. Yeah, Abu, I heard your idea, and, you know, because I helped you develop it, you're definitely going to have to cut me in. Jay Cass says, well, now bite my bum and call me Rooster's uncle. All right. Well, Firehawk actually will work the fire. The nighttime Firehawks got that night vision stuff. We just need like a lot more of them. There's like only 3 equipped with the night vision, even though they supposedly fast tracked that program in 2020. Yeah, 3. Congratulations on being mediocre. But dang. least we got one.
Sam 7, we're 10-8, 10-19.
Still
Sam
listening.
7, 10-8, 10-18.
For some reason, we're still listening to Siskiyou County.
10-7.
Right now, this is
Adam
live.
2, I copy 10-7.
Now, this is live. I want to see it buzz around a little bit more. Now we saw it work another
Sam 7
fire.
SO, would you like me to send Paul 23 and Robert 15 back to South County?
The jail?
Give me about 15, 20 minutes to get back in closer area, and then, yeah, please.
Whoops.
Sam 7, I copy 20 minutes.
Screwed this up. But there it is.
Paul 23, I copy the traffic.
Paul 23 copies traffic.
Neat. So we were seeing two things. We're seeing the light.
1, Paul 10.
Paul 10, go ahead.
And 10-8, driver ran issued citation 49626 for 22349 print B VC, color silver.
Paul 10, I copy.
I'm muting that crap. Okay, so what we're going to see with the helicopter is not only the lights that it has, I'm sure it's got search spotlights and blah, 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 but we're going to see its own heat signature from it just being an aircraft. So heat and light are going to register as white. So this will update every, 1 minute, something like that. 30 seconds to 1 minute. All right. So, yeah, let's go see if it's going to come in front of the camera or not. Should be in the next frame because it's come back. Okay. Let's wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Refresh to make sure I didn't screw it up. Wait for it. I'm starving to death. What do I have around here to eat? Ah. I got a bag of York peppermint patties from Costco. $91.40.
Yeah, quarters that way to 20. Quarters that way to 20.
What? Oh shoot, is it not going to update? Supposed to be live. Come on now. Now I would think it's in front of the cam at this point. I didn't see any kind of heat signature, but we know it's there. Is it moving? Is it stuck for anybody else? This is that link. Is that a spot fire? That's a small acreage fire that's actually over by Inskip. Hey Harley, how you doing? Brad Peace is deep near the Whiskey Town, Trinity Alps. Yeah. What's up with the deep fire? All here will get something. Yeah, that's that boy. Share it. Share the wealth. All right. Probably will be peanuts, but that's okay. I like peanuts. So, Harley Rider think it's the deep fire southwest of Reading. No, this is Inskip. I mean, we got fires all over the place. This thing is the L1. See, and skip, you know, Lovelock, Sterling City, you know, Butte County, Butte Meadows, Dixie Flashbacks. See, this is the reservoir. Philbrook Reservoir. There we go. Deathball, blah, blah, blah. Oh, there's a rainbow. Okay. This is Bald Mountain Butte. Like the Bald Mountain Butte. That was a mosquito. I'm going to kill it. See? See, there's our reservoir. Philbrook Reservoir. Bald Mountain Butte. 2, excuse me. Aiming right at it. We already saw this helicopter buzzing around. See? Firehawk. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're monitoring the lookout, but that thing is a big, scary blur. It's got extreme activity on its west end and on its east end and on the top. So, if we go back to the lookout fight here, that's what it is. But it's so indistinct, like, who the hell can tell what's going on, what's at stake, what's happening, and where is it? I mean, right down here is McKenzie Bridge. Right over there is Belknap. So, Rainbow down here, I would assume. Anyway, that's Deathball Mountain for you. Smith Ridge is not giving us any clarity either. They've just piss poor night vision. We were watching the Firehawk hanging out here. We're still listening to Siskiyou County, but they ain't saying much. Yeah, it's time for me to go to bed. So, Harley says it's got up, it's morning here. Where are you at again? Yeah. Oh, a lot more than, oh, yeah, 12 fires broke out in Northern California this afternoon. I think more than that did, but 12 got significant. Got names. This is the amount of lightning we got. Not very cool. By 2 p.m., that's the amount of lightning we had in the last 24 hours. So, yeah. I almost named.
10-7. Have a good night.
You have a good night,
10-7. Have a good night.
You have a good night, officer. I almost sarcastically named the stream out of despair today. The beep show we thought it would be. The whole red flag, crazy jet stream, crapola stuff. God damn. Stuff on the ground. Guys, I didn't sleep last night. I'm going to sleep this one. It's now 11. Last call for anything about any fire here. The L1 is in remote Butte County up there, straddling Plymouth. With the Firehawk there. Slide fire is last updated 3 hours ago. Now, the Deep is the one by Whiskey Town, but it's high elevation here. We don't have evacs or anything. Lone Pine, very worrisome. Over by the Hoopa land, down by Little Creek, it could cut them off from each other on 96. Now 96 further up north is got serious problems. There's the Elliott Fire, ready to cut off Cottage Grove from 96, which so far has been a way to get to the evacuation centers. With the head fire being an enormous charging bull here, raging bull around Steelhead, Scott Bar, Hamburg, and Said Valley. This is the one with a serious evacuation. A gigantic swath of land, all the way up to the Oregon border. You still have lightning fires all around it. closer to the Oregon border in Brookings/Cave Junction area, the Diamond Holidays, which are probably going to merge, but that's still pretty remote. We've got to go now evacuations and whatever kind of desperate struggle is going on now with the head fire up there. Siskiyou County is huge up there and takes a long time to respond. So Oregon is actually looking not as bad as we thought today. California is looking like hell. So there we are. Last call for information. L1 probably means lightning 1 fire. J Cat says 2 a.m. here. I gotta get up at 5:30. Oh, I'm sorry, mate. Hey, Harley. Glad to see you again. Have y'all seen the heat signatures in parts of Canada? Yeah. El Nino sucks. Oh, you're in Croatia. Whoa. I think I remember that. FYI, Watch Duty had a feature to enable notifications for new fires that would otherwise be silent. I had that going. I think I ran up against a bug. I think once it reaches X amount of notifications, it just doesn't push anymore, and I'm not sure why. I did refresh, and I read that apology that they had, that was a bug, that some fires near people were showing up as silent by default. So, let's see. Pulling up chat. Okay, nobody called last call. J-Cat says we had a vote here in Canada that this year we would vote out. Oh, we would outdo California for wildfires. I thought that you were going to vote wildfires out of Canada. I read that wrong. But I would, certainly. I think you should put that on the ballot. They have been very unwelcome neighbors. So, okay, guys. Good night. It's time for me to actually get sleep. Tomorrow, 2 p.m.-ish, things might start to get rough. 4 p.m. is the hottest part of the day, so I want to get on by 4 p.m. if I at all can. I've got an extremely hard, tough week where I'm supposed to meet a lot of critical deadlines, and so I'm working around the clock on it, et cetera, et cetera. It's also going to be extremely hot. This does kind of take it out of me, so I'm going to pace myself best I can. My voice is now starting to give me some pain again. It's telling me to stop, so let's heed the warning. Thank you everybody who has donated to the stream or donation funded. I don't want to put ads on crap here. It's just not right. Thanks everybody who has shared. Hit that like button definitely on the way out. And I hope everything makes it tonight. It's kind of a serious situation for many different communities here. But you know what they say, we may make it through the war if we make it through the night. And these are some of the toughest nights we're going to have in the entire summer fire season. So just hang in there. We've got more thunderstorms and more dryness on the next week, so don't let your guard down. And if you think that, well, you were lucky enough to not have fires around you yet, you should still prep. You should still get your staple gun out. You should still be working on those soffit vents. You should still be making your place safe. You should be shelling out the cash for the little vents underneath the house that get rid of embers, the gutter guards, whatever you got to do. You got a hacksaw, you got a tree run next to the house, you know what to do. If there's any doubt, there is no doubt on if something's too close or perhaps a fire hazard in your area. So remember to throw barbecues and invite the volunteer firefighters to your house to treat them to some steak and ribs, but also say, rate my house, right? And always give them support. Okay, friends. Now it's time to relax. Once you've done all you can do, that's all you can do.
So 1, Paul 20, I'll be out with 1 on a motorcycle, Wairega Road.
turn that off. So good night, friends. Thank you, everybody who's helped aggregate all this information, crowdsource it. Thank you all the mods for being here and doing a good job. Yeah, lightning. Yeah, plus that's a good thing we need to reiterate. A bunch of fires may, quote, mysteriously start tomorrow at the same time, and that'll be when wind picks up, right? Well, that's because they're sleeper fires. It's when lightning strikes something that doesn't burn immediately. Like, say, you know, a semi-dead tree and then just didn't have enough air. But if wind blows the other way and there's a knot in the tree, or a branch falls off and suddenly there's wind gets in there, you know, sleepers creep up on you. So remain vigilant. We may have not dodged a bullet in some situations. Oh, that's really sad, or really sweet. That motorcyclists are just talking about, they just muted. They said motorcyclists ran out of gas, but one of the sheriff's offices, people were bringing him a gas can. How cute is that? So they're helping people, and that's what we need to do for each other. So, yeah, thank you guys for being